Showtime in 60 seconds. "45 seconds. "30 seconds. The show will start in 15 seconds, and this is your last audible warning.
Previously on the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
But me crying over puking?
Yeah.
I'm with you, Tuttle. I go through it all the time.
Yeah, but you're not crying because of the loss of a family member or Kristen broke up with you. You're crying because you ate something that brought tears to your eyes. It's not an emotional...
And then you throw up, and it's throwing up is an emotional event, Bubba.
I know, but
that's why Aaron Rodgers pays to go do it in the South American deserts.
Man, we should get Tuttle on some ayahuasca.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge show.
Broadcast rights for the Bubba the Love Sponge show have been granted to this station by the Bubba Radio Network and is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this production without the express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
Thursday, June 26th, 2025, the Bubba the Love Sponge Show. Today's every Thursday guest host, I should say, Brian the Babyface Matroni.
Buenos dias. Mi nombre es Babyface. Yo soy un abogado número uno.
Pressing one for English.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just trying to say hello to our newest listeners and our new affiliates in Panama.
In Panama City,
Oh,
Florida.
Panama City. I thought it was Panama.
Now,
we were down in the canal zone.
Lummy, we did sell out of the Seth Kushner endorsed retractable knife. You know, we did sell out of them.
Nice.
I did hold back a few.
How'd you manage to hold back a few?
What do you mean? I set 10 aside and didn't put them up for sale.
Can you give one to the baby?
Well, that was what I was getting at. He usually takes a shiz on almost all of our stuff, but I didn't know if he felt left. I wanted to offer him one if he wanted one.
In case your mother-in-law gets lippy.
Yeah, boy, you know, Lummy, do you have yours?
It's in my truck.
Oh.
You want me to grab it?
No, I don't. That means no.
No, I meant like during the break.
I would like to give mine away on the air to a lucky listener.
No, we're not doing that either.
Bubba, I'm not here to sell knives that have already sold out, but I will tell you this. I went to see my bros yesterday where they were at work, and all they wanted to see was my knife. And they said they can't wait to buy one when you get more in.
Lummy, Mushroom Mitch, $50 for the shovel face. Woo! So you're talking about...
I'll take a knife.
You're talking about your Operation Pigmentation guys?
No. My guys that I go do like Top Golf and axe throwing with.
Oh, yeah, you're the Seth Kushner posse.
Yeah.
And
G711, he said he's excited for the knife and the shoes.
I can't get Seth to do anything with me, but it's good to see he has a posse that he goes out with.
Oh, he's got
weekly.
a full-blown posse. They do axe throwing, Top Golf, just all kinds of things.
Dude blows me off on the reg.
You don't get invited to that?
He cancels plans on me. It's
Brian,
it's depressing.
I'll address this on the Blizzard today.
Would you want one?
Yeah, I'll take a knife.
Have you seen him?
I hear you clicking it over there.
Are you capable of stabbing if you needed to?
It's really pretty impressive, and especially if you know how to kind of like aggressively lunge at a guy while retracting it out, and then
not retracting it,
or is it protracting it?
Protracting it.
Yeah, then it has, of course, the handy dandy. Let me punch out if you've gotten a car wreck and you're drowning. It's got the handy dandy window punch right there that can punch out the window.
Does it have brass knuckles built into it too?
No, it doesn't. But we didn't quite get to. That was an extra couple bucks.
My buddy cut his hand open because I guess he tried to do something, and he said that Lummy said there's some sort of safety, and then there wasn't a safety because he stabbed himself.
Well, you can't.
Yeah, you
It's not flesh.
Well, I'm just reporting
It's
back
something
from the
hard.
customers.
It's something. It won't open if it hits something harder than flesh. But if you put that against the guy's, it's going to go in.
Yeah, I didn't tell him to go stick it up to his chest and pop it open.
Yeah.
I was saying against like a wall or something.
Lummy, I'm sorry.
How's that a safety? It'll stop you from stabbing your own wall?
Yeah.
Now,
Thank goodness.
Now, this one happens to be mine, and I want it back, but I would like for maybe Seth to hand it down, not throw it, but for Seth to hand it down to Brian, let him kind of, do a couple opens with it to see if, he's...
This is mine?
No, this is not yours.
Oh.
God, do you not listen? Lummy, what did I open the whole segment up with?
This is yours, and you don't want him to keep it, and you want like it back.
I just like for him to, kind of wheel it around a little bit, give it a few opens.
Have a couple opens.
See,
yeah. Oh, that's cute, Seth.
See. Oh, is Seth now?
He was hugging him.
I can now do Mexican judo.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can do all kinds of things with Mexicans.
You don't know if I got a knife,
or
you don't know if I got a gun.
All right, okay, enough.
I'm not here for racial knife jokes, okay?
He had a real nice racial zinger before the show started about Saudi Arabia.
I'm just trying to fit in with the rest of the MAGA crowd here.
Right. All right, Brian, if you could just, okay, is that something you would like?
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
All right, so, yeah.
I mean, are you going to carry it around? Like, what are you going to do with it, Brian? Because I know you. I know the type.
Is there supposed to be oil leaking out of it?
No, I lubed mine up.
God!
I put a little,
hell, dude!
I got
lube all over my hands.
I put a little. Lummy, I love WD-40, so I put a little. Maybe that's why mine goes out so like 15% quicker because I put a little WD-40 down in it. Well, can you please bring it back then? Since you're such a bitcher, you're just bitch. Just you and Seth with your lack of lube. He had his car was.
What in the hell did I do?
Your car was 3 quarts low yesterday, buddy.
I don't deal with the honeysuckle that you put in there.
It was really coming out of it.
Oh, it was not.
Brian's 2 quarts low also.
No, he's not.
Why don't you get on him?
Brian, do you check your oil regularly in your car? You
I'm
don't.
a psychopath. I just get it changed every 5,000 miles.
Yeah, Seth doesn't get it changed. He relies on for it to drip down and be worn out, so it's 3 quarts low. So the 3 quarts that he puts in is brand new oil. It's just like an oil change, except you're not changing the filter.
That's a beautiful thing.
That's a white trash oil change there.
There's a light on his engine that'll come on when he knows it's time to put more oil.
Right, I know.
That's exactly what happened.
They said that light's for pussies yesterday.
No, so yesterday he calls up. It's like, man, my engine light came on. My oil pressure / add oil light. I'm go, Seth, that means that your car is starving for oil. And oil is the lifeblood, if you will, of your engine.
Your car's like the Tin Man in the Wizard of Oz. Oil.
We put 3 quarts of really nice red line in there, and Seth said that. Now, Seth, did the light immediately come off when you started it, or did it take a while to drive down the road a little bit?
Well, I was wrong. The light actually didn't go off.
Oh, it didn't?
No, I saw the light that I needed fuel, and then I thought the other
confused a few.
But it was actually rotating through all the lights. I needed fuel. My oil light was still on.
You got a full-blown Christmas tree on there?
Yeah, low tire. So it's just like boom, 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 boom,
It's just another light that's illuminated,
yeah,
right?
it's one of those billboards that shows 6 advertisements at a time.
Right. So your oil light is still on. That's probably indicating that you need an oil change.
Seth actually tells me he's just draining it before the show, and then he's reselling the oil on the secondary market. He was so excited about the war in Iran raising oil prices because he's been stockpiling it.
All right, so the oil light did not come off.
It has not come off, but I feel like if I read my manual, it will tell me how to get it off.
Well, here's the deal: if you read your manual, it'll tell you how to reset. and get that light off because you have enough oil in your car. It's just now screaming for an oil change.
Yeah.
But realistically, you don't really need an oil change for probably a couple months because you got brand new oil in it.
Yeah.
And the K&N filter is far superior than like a Motorcraft or a regular filter that you could actually skip an oil change as long as you got new oil in there, which I think you do. Oh, yeah, today, verdict coming down in the Franco court case. Now, Brian, in the Dominican Republic, is that just a one judge?
No, it's 3 judges.
It says 3 to 5, right?
3 to 5.
Yeah.
I think it's 3 in his case. I'm not sure.
3.
And they've already reduced what they're seeking on him. It's down to now 5 years maximum, I believe.
And the mom's facing 10.
And yeah, and the mom said it never happened. The mom actually got up and testified. So and it's very weird
now,
because they're related crimes. They tried them both together at the same time.
Now let me ask you a question: do they have like any financial records of money being exchanged to the I don't know that you've kept up on it.
The only updates I got were whatever Mark Topkin retweeted from some guy who was down in the courtroom texting in Spanish.
Dude, they gotta have financial. He sent her like $10,000, $14,000, bought her a car.
I think she's got a brand new Escalade or something.
Have you never taken care of a family like that, Seth, before that you had no obligation?
Seth's never taken in a Dominican Republican family and sent them $14,000.
And looked after the youngest daughter.
Let alone $14.
I'm watching this year's Rays. I got my Rays shirt on today. I'm watching this year's team, and I'm wondering how freaking unstoppable they would be if they had Wander Franco rather than Taylor Walls at shortstop.
Taylor Walls is 180 average.
Wander Franco and his 30 home run average with Junior and his 40 home run. I mean, they would be.
They're already only like 2.5 games out of first. So what would they be?
They're 24-9 over their last 33 games. That's insane.
I think they're wild card up 3 on the wild card. Are they not?
Yep.
Yeah.
So it looks like they have 2 financial transfers documents to the mother. Totaling
now have they
17,000.
Okay, well there's that, but
probably gave that to every cricket he knew back in the day. Give me a break,
Brian. What I'm saying is, has the kid, the girl in question, has she testified?
I don't think she did.
Yeah, I don't think she testified behind closed doors. It's saying.
Behind. Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't get an update on her testimony.
So that's everything. Like if she said yes, I had sex with Franco X amount of times, and my mom is the one that made me do it. And then they show the financial situation with regards to Franco sending mom a new car and $14,000 to $17,000.
I think he gets to do it twice though. It's 3 strikes and you're out down there.
Well, what do you? So is it it's a 3?
No, I'm joking.
It's a 3-judge panel, and they have to get 2 of 3 for the conviction.
I honestly have not studied Dominican law.
Do you feel like that should be part of the bar exam though? Is international law?
I mean, if I wanted to practice down in the Dominican,
well, you never know.
Now here's the deal. Let's just say I don't think he gets off, but let's say that he gets off. We talked about this yesterday. Do the Rays? This isn't a Trevor Bauer situation.
Oh, it's totally a Trevor Bauer. He even though he's found not guilty, he ain't going to play.
See, that's where we all kind of thought maybe he would.
I don't know how, as a Major League Baseball team, you bring him back.
Well, Stu Stuenberg doesn't really operate under the guise of an average baseball team.
Well, hopefully he's not the owner for more than another week or 2.
Yeah, no kidding.
So I mean, like, you don't think he ever returns? You don't think if he's found not guilty? You don't think that, like you get again.
What about like 2, 3, or Brian? Because I thought never, but what about 2, 3 years from now?
Never.
He'll be 25. He'd be
How about when she turns 18? How about when she turns 18?
The difference is, just like the NFL, the MLB does their own investigation, and it's not, the level of culpability isn't beyond and to the exclusion of a reasonable doubt. Although
it's more like a civil situation.
Yeah, it's like, you did this. We're not going to have a guy, having sex with 14-year-olds and then feature him as the all-star of the race.
Now, will they take him again, Brian? I know you don't know DR law, but you know law.
They'll have to pay him though.
Itself. Will they, if he's found guilty today, do they shack? I mean, I know that he's out on bond, but do they apprehend him and take him to jail, right away? Or is there an appeal process?
I would think he gets taken away in handcuffs. I don't think that, it's the Dominican Republic. I got to imagine it's a little tougher than here.
And is there sentencing like if the judge if the 2 or 3 judge panel find him guilty, do they? I'm assuming since it's not a standardized situation like we have with regards to a
jury trial.
Yeah. Like maybe the sentencing happens as soon as you're found guilty. Like you don't have to come back 30 days from now for the sentencing, since the judge is the lock stock. He does it all. Maybe they actually do the sentencing day of as well. Right?
Yeah, it probably is all done at the same time. If he's found not guilty, I heard him and Matt Gaetz are going to be doing a podcast together. So
I heard they're going to be doing OnlyFans together is what I heard. So anyway, that happens today. Major announcement, Lummy, out of Panama City, and it looks like Florida Man Radio. I think John Cracchiola told me maybe 4 weeks.
Oh, nice.
But JVC Broadcasting is expanding its expanding in Florida's Panhandle with the purchase of Magic Broadcasting and 4 stations in Panama City. JVC will acquire Rock 97X, Classic Country Wild Willie 100.1, Conservative Talk, News Talk 101, which is where Florida Man's Radio is going, which is it's a major, I think 25,000 if not more watt FM talk station, and then the CHR Island 106, which the history of that station is my boss back in the day on the Power Pig, Mark Chase, he opened that station. He found that frequency available, 105.9, and named it Island 106. I think Island 106 started like in 1993 or 94. And for a while, he simulcasted FLZ on there. So it looks like we pick up a rock, a country, a talk, and a CHR. So, Seth, just by radio portfolio standards, that sounds like you got all the bases covered. Florida Man Radio is going to be on the News Talker. Me, Shannon Burke, and maybe I'm not supposed to say this, but I think they're bringing back Don Miller.
Nice.
Which Don Miller, Lummy, is an African-American conservative talk show host that drops the N-word regularly.
Yes.
And I love it. So,
what do you love about that, Bubba?
I love the fact that a person can say that word if they want to.
Yeah.
And not
do you wish you could?
Yeah, in some instances, not in instances of making fun or being in a derogatory type word, but in a camaraderie type word, like, hey, that's my end, or what's up, my ends, things like that. Not in a making fun of anybody, but
you can do that on Operation Pigmentation if you want to join on there and throw that around with the boys.
I don't know if they'd want that.
Seth, what say you?
Only with the hard R's.
No, let's not get babyface. We haven't even started this radio station yet. Let's not get us thrown off.
Your positioning statement was that Don Miller throws around the N-word.
Don Miller's a black man and he can. I'm a white man and I cannot.
Well, you can. I mean, it's not against the FCC.
No, but it's against the cancel culture.
Well, what are you worried about?
You brought back the R word.
I didn't bring back the R word.
Well, Joe Rogan did.
The R word's really not that big a deal.
We can do it too.
The R word describes a person that's slowed down. It's just the last 4 years of wokeness has made it such a big deal.
We can go to. We can get the parody guys on this. I'm bringing. We're back.
No. Let me. No.
Yeah.
I got somebody sent this to me. I don't know who sent this to me, but this woman here, she.
You found this yourself, dude.
I think I did.
Don't put this on us.
And actually, I think a listener sent it to me. And this was just a woman who's at the police station and she's trying to do a breathalyzer, but it looks like she's trying to give oral instead of blowing efficiently into the tube with like pierced and or tight lips. She like deep throats it, and they keep telling her that she's doing it wrong.
Good. No. Like that. How you blowing? You don't have to put the whole thing in your mouth. Just seal it up with your lips right there.
How many times have she heard that? You don't have to put the whole thing in your mouth. I mean, it's usually the opposite, isn't it?
Yeah.
You got to, listen, quit not putting the whole thing in your mouth.
Take me pillar to post.
Yeah, take me down, down to the boys. From tip to the boys.
Take me down to Paradise City?
Yeah.
Come on, Vanessa. I know you're playing with the tube, okay?
I tried as hard as I
No,
could.
you could try harder than that. Hard. Why do you keep looking at the machine? I'll let you know when you stop. I'll let you know when to stop. Why are you putting the whole tube in your mouth?
Because I've been taught, because Daddy likes it that way. That's why.
You don't have to put the whole tube in your mouth. Just wrap your lips up to this point.
I'm trying to.
Okay, look at the tube. Come on, Vanessa. You're playing with it, okay? Don't stop. Why you keep stopping? All right.
I'm trying.
No, you could do it.
My whole bed.
You could do it harder than that. Okay?
Maybe if you uncuff her. Like, once you get to the cop shop, Brian, aren't you supposed to a lot of times they'll uncuff you.
It depends on where what room they've got you in.
And how unruly you're being. I think if you're being a gentleman or you're being cool, they uncuff you. But they still got her cuffed, and she's wanting to give, deep throat to the breathalyzer machine because she's been taught well. That's the way her husband, Leroy, likes it.
So do you want to continue?
Yes, I'm
Go
trying.
ahead.
I'm trying.
Don't stop. It has to be longer than that. It has to be like at least 15 seconds.
That's a lot of breath.
A lot of people do it. Okay?
She's trying to do
I'll
it in
check.
one shot rather than breathe through her nose and continue
This
to
guy's
blow.
a twerp, though. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not.
Well, the whole
on, man.
See, the whole process is like, how many times have you seen, like, nobody does it right the first time? Like, nobody knows, like, the whole process in itself is awkward.
He should have
Just like
known
that.
when he took it out and she spit on it.
Right, exactly. Oh, it looks like she just...
How you're blowing right there.
I love that big ass necklace. Choke me out with it.
Nope, you're stopping. It's not even close.
I mean, she's got good technique if we were doing something else.
Okay? You don't have to put the whole tube in your mouth again. Just wrap your lips right here and seal it. So don't open your mouth like that. Just
Too big?
Yeah, way too big. All right, just put it in
Lower?
just put your lips right there. Don't open your mouth. Just put your lips right there.
I feel dehydrated.
Just wrap your lips around the seal.
Oh, she's
And then blow.
annoying.
It's going to get your
The police
opinion.
never beat the ones I want to see them beat.
Oh, no.
So, listen, we live in a very public world. We're very public people. And we have to deal with whack jobs, from Kenneth Kimberlin to the Brandon Powers to the latest Lummy that we're dealing with. We always got some kind of whack job that's messing with us, to the various forums, to the various, just hate groups and things like that. And we have to deal with, obviously mean-spirited things that people say to us. Do you feel? I feel for this Arizona Diamondbacks shortstop or infielder. I feel for him, but I mean, are they making a? And I don't want to sound callous, because maybe I do, by saying, are they making a bigger deal out of it than it really is? And if you are putting yourself on that field in front of, was this at a Chicago White Sox game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So nobody was there to see it.
I mean, there was only like 3,400 people. But
that's why he could hear the guy yell at him clear as
you know
day.
what? You're right. You're right. That's a double-edged sword. Not a lot of people, but the people that are there can be heard.
Yes.
So this is I think you guys are all familiar with it. I wanted your opinion on, is like, the manager kind of started crying.
Why do you think the fans shouldn't have been banned for life?
Well, that's up to the facility. I can't. I'm not going to get into that.
I think Major League Baseball is about to ban them from every stadium ever.
Oh, that's no problem, and that's probably the way to handle it. But I mean, let me just play the story. This is a guy that plays for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and his mom, last name's Valdez, and his mom was tragically killed in a car accident in 2017.
Yeah, he's Kettle Marte.
Wait, somebody's bringing up Mama died in car accident stuff.
In 2017.
Yeah.
Oof.
So, you as you know, Brian, we like to catcall the bullpen pitchers when we go to the Tampa, the Tarpon games, but never have we stooped so low as to get into we
It's
talk
all
about
in the same category.
We talk about like their girlfriends and stuff like that, but we don't talk about
Their dead moms.
Yeah. That's where I would draw the line. So this guy, what is it, Kettle Marte? Is he a shortstop?
Yeah.
And supposedly the Arizona Diamondbacks have been just absolutely decimated with injuries. I don't even know if he's a star, a day-to-day
He's
usual.
a great player.
Kettle Marte is a superstar.
So he's a great player.
Yeah.
And so while playing in Chicago, and listen, there's a certain amount of, of jeering you have to put up with. And somebody... And again, like Seth said, they're not Chicago White Sox games.
He's second baseman, by the way.
Aren't heavily attended. So that guy that's screaming this very inappropriate thing about your mother dying in a 2017 car wreck, if there's 40,000 people there, you don't hear that guy. But when there's 2,400 people in there, you do hear that guy. And that a person was heckling this guy, and here's the story.
Diamondbacks broadcast of their game with the White Sox. D-back star infielder Ketel Marte, you can see him here.
You heard yesterday a guy calling me and acting like he was my son and saying very inappropriate things. That's almost as hurtful, I guess, as this.
Way to make it about you, Bubba.
Thanks.
Up. And it's after a fan apparently heckled him about something very personal and painful. Cameron Cox joins us now. And Cam, this is kind of the ugly side of what fans can do, right?
Yeah, Troy, that video just makes my stomach hurt, right? The D-backs have been through enough, folks. Every day it feels like a new teammate pops up on the injury report. It can't be fun to go to work right now. Then an unthinkable situation tonight in Chicago. Ketel Marte in tears on the field, and his teammates trying to console him.
I think that what would put a stop to all this. Remember the Indiana Pacers Pistons games when Ron Artest went into the stands and whipped the crap out of a couple people?
That was Meta World Peace.
Oh, okay.
The Malice at the Palace?
Yeah. And they should just they obviously know who the bad guy that's screaming the stuff about your mom is.
Yes, they do.
And they should just let Kettle get up in there and just say, you know what, buddy? Say it to my square up. Man to man, and say the things that you said about my mom right now that I'm in front of you.
That would be good for baseball during the seventh inning stretch to fight a heckler.
Yes.
I think that would really
Ladies and gentlemen, making their way to the mound is John McGillicuddy from Schaumburg. He's the one that was heckling Ketel about his dead mom. They're going to go ahead and duke it out right there on home plate.
Each team signs an enforcer. So you got like John Bones Jones is now on the Arizona Diamondbacks.
You got Tony Twist and Enrico Ciccone and all these hockey goons. All these hockey goons out there, right?
In the seventh inning stretch, it's the heckler of the game.
They try to pull your jersey over your head and then just start lighting you up, right?
The scene to start the.
You notice how Brian, hockey has gotten away from that. There's no more. Back in the day, that was a major strategic part of the game, is to have a Enrico Ciccone or a Tony Twist or a guy like that on your team that was a defenseman and decent, but he could go out and absolutely, if the other team was targeting your Steve Stamkos or your Kucherov or your Wayne Gretzky, or your Mark Messier, you sent your goon out there, and as soon as the guys might as well not even had a stick or gloves.
Most teams still have that guy or two that's the fighter, not the goon. And so the game has evolved. The skill level's so much higher. So you really can't take up a roster space with a guy who can barely skate.
It's like having a fullback.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They got to do other things.
So now you're saying NHL, they got a guy that's a decent skater, but he can fight, but he has far better skills than just the standardized back in the day goon.
Yeah.
Right. But they still have who's that guy on our team that we will send out to go, even it up a little bit if somebody, high sticks Cooch.
Chernak's pretty tough, but he doesn't get in a ton of fights. But and part of it is, it's less like targeting and trying to take out the other team's stars these days. Like, it was really bad in the 80s.
Oh my God, it was so bad in the
70s and 80s was rough to be an NFL player.
And so they literally throw the goon. The goon wouldn't play the entire game until he had to go out and, take somebody out, and then he'd line up next to him, and literally they'd be talking to each other before the puck dropped, like, hey, you want to go, eh? Yeah. And then they wouldn't, the puck could have gone right to them. They didn't even care. They dropped their stick, they dropped their gloves, and they just started beating the crap out of each other.
Yeah.
And the technique was to try to get their sweater, I think they still call it sweaters, don't they?
Yeah.
To get the guy's sweater over his head and then start lighting him up. Because, short arm them. And then the rule was, as soon as they went to the ground, because the blades could start flopping around, and those blades, I mean, people have died.
Oh yeah,
by getting their carotid artery cut or whatever.
Yep, the carotid artery.
That's when the referees stepped in and stopped them.
Neil Montplaisir, $50.
Bottom of the 7th.
Neil Montplaisir, let's come with that right here. Stand by, carotid artery. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I just want Packers got nothing for Jair Alexander. Nothing.
I just want to give a special thanks to FJ Barr. He sent my daughter a Junior Caminero bobblehead.
Did he really?
Yeah, he heard what a good fan she was. But
isn't that so? Like, most radio shows don't have fans that vested.
It's part of the card collecting community, Bubba.
I know, but it's also part of the Bubba Army.
It is also part of the Bubba Army.
It's also part of the
Big
Bubba
Army, and thank you,
and
FJ.
our fans are so. You know what? Let me. I didn't even check. I have been completely,
Send us $1 to see if PayPal works.
Because I bet you, I bet you PayPal does work, because I bet you the ladies are on there. Mushroom Mitch, let me for $50. Babyface Shovel. The ladies, I don't know where the ladies have been.
They'll come around.
I don't know where.
What do you mean, Scout and Big Gold?
They're considered the ladies.
Yeah, they were all up.
It's Pride Month. They take the month
busy.
off, and they just
lay in bed all month, just lappy Smurf.
That's it. Scissor Sisters.
They were laying some likes on my Instagram yesterday.
They ain't laying any dollars down for their favorite guy, Shovel Face.
Well, they haven't
Be safe,
worked all
ladies.
month.
They might be in between paychecks.
Tay shake it up. Upset right near the pitcher's mound. Manager Torey Lovullo, shortstop Geraldo Perdomo just trying to help their teammate. 12 Sports can confirm a fan yelled something at Marte about his mom. She tragically passed away in a car accident back in 2017.
You know what? Kids and moms should be out of bounds with regards to any type of heckling. Whether you're heckling your favorite radio personality, you're heckling your favorite baseball player. No, for real. Kids,
I know,
no,
but it's just so funny that you're turning this into a PSA.
No, but you're a real dick of a person if you got to go there.
I thought you were talking about me. No. I'm like, yeah.
If you're a real dick of a heckler, if that's where you got to go.
Yeah, that's low blow, man.
I mean, make fun of me. I'm a fat ass. Make fun of anything else. Make fun of my inability to play. Make fun of how many errors I got this year. Make fun of whatever. But don't make fun of my mom, and certainly don't make fun of my kids, because that'll get you. Outside of these lines of this game that I'm playing, if we're out on the street, you're gonna get your ass kicked.
Now, is it okay if we make fun of the fact that you have an Oedipus complex? And can we, is that okay?
No, that's involving your mother, and I don't have an Oedipus complex.
I'm just saying that was a hypothetical.
Oh, you're talking about a person that could happen to happen.
Right,
no.
Right.
That fan was ejected from the game. Marte stayed in the game, still really upset. Remember, because of all the injuries, D-backs don't have a lot of healthy bodies left on the bench. D-backs manager Torey Lovullo, as emotional as I've ever heard him.
Now, I wouldn't have been emotional as a manager. I would have been mad. I would have been like, you know what? This is the part of the game that's ugly. This is a part of the game. Yes, you have the First Amendment right to yell what you want, but show some class. This is completely classless, you piece of shiz.
Game.
Yeah, it's just, it was a terrible moment. Fans are nasty, and fans go too far sometimes.
Let me hold the phones. There's the ladies for 50.
There we go.
Love you, ladies. Stay safe out there.
Scout and Big Gulp. Love you guys.
You just carjacked them for 50, man.
And I love my players, and I'm going to protect them. I've known Cattell for 9 years, and he's had some unbelievable unbelievably great moments and some hardships as well, and some really, really tough moments in his life. And we're human beings, and we have emotions, and I saw him hurting, and I want to protect him.
Can you tell us what you told him?
You need to get your team going. You need to protect that win-loss record is what you need.
It's really tough when you're in the same division with the Dodgers, Bubba.
I love you.
Well, they did it a few years ago.
And the Padres. They're pretty stacked division.
When Evan Longoria was on the team, I think for his last year and when he played ball, he played for them on a $4 million deal, and I think they made it. Didn't they make it to the World Series?
I don't think so.
No, I don't.
I think they made it. I think they made it.
San Francisco?
He's saying Arizona made the World Series.
Evan Longoria was never on Arizona.
How much do you want to bet?
He was.
Was he?
How
Yeah,
much
he was.
do you want to bet?
He was.
He was for his
over?
last
How
years.
much do you want to bet?
I apologize.
You will profusely apologize for trying to
Okay.
shove it up my ass because he played with it his last year. He played with the Diamondbacks, and they made the playoffs. And I think they made it maybe to the
I didn't even know he played with them.
divisional playoffs. Yeah. How about that? How about me knowing a little bit more about sports than you do? And you're a baseball guy.
Did they get?
You're arguably
They
a
made it
baseball
to the
guy.
World Series.
Wait, Mario said they played
Hold
the
on,
Rangers
stop
in the
by.
World
Yeah,
Series.
they
Thank you.
Yeah.
God damn.
I didn't say no to that. I just said no to Evan
Give
Longoria. So,
myself a
Seth,
temple.
you got faced there.
Who remembers the Diamondbacks in the World Series?
Obviously, Bubba
I'll tell
follows
you who
them.
did. I tell you who did. Bubba mother effing Clem did.
Yeah,
Bubba, you guys sit here and make fun of me where I get my videos, a girl that's given, oral to the thing.
Yeah.
I completely faced everybody in this room. I faced you.
You did.
Because I said Evan Longoria played his last year of baseball with the Arizona Diamondbacks on a $4 million deal.
You're the new Peter Gammons.
Check that and see if that's right. And then, boom, I said they made it to the World Series. You're like, oh, no way, not against the Padres and the Dodgers. God damn it, they didn't.
And we're all together.
What happened
And
to the
you're not
Dodgers
alone.
that year?
No matter what
got
happens,
swept
no
by
matter what
Juan
was said or what you
Diaz.
heard, that guy's an idiot and shouldn't have an impact on you.
Guys, I've never seen a kind of a scene like that on the baseball field.
Oh, yeah,
Kettle Marte was steaming hot after
Look at
that
this
guy
guy.
made those comments.
This guy, looks like he came right from the bar to do sports.
Yeah, I agree with Tori. Fan's an idiot. Shouldn't be allowed back in the game. There's just no reason.
That voice
for anything
doesn't
like
fit
that.
the-
They're bringing
look.
some New York guy. This is, I think, obviously probably an Arizona-based, Phoenix-based television station, and there looks like they're bringing some guy from, Newark, New Jersey, come in to do sports.
Type of behavior. Fans can't just yell whatever they want when they buy a ticket. Just unacceptable.
No.
Yeah, when they buy a ticket.
They're human too. Those
They're human.
players
Yeah,
are
and
human.
Creed,
right?
I can only imagine what
They're
it's like.
human,
Yes,
right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, they're not robots.
I don't know who's dumber than me, me or her. They're human. No, it was an AI robot that was screaming those obscenities. Of course, no human being would be that low.
In that clubhouse. I mean, a teammate keeps getting hurt every other
No,
day.
there's one of those Elon Musk's new robots that was screaming it.
We actually need AI fans because I'm telling
We
you.
do. What you could do, Seth, is if you're the home team, you put like the first 4 rows behind the opposing team dugouts with AI generated robots and you program them with just the worst stuff they can say.
Well, but I'm telling you, I really thought when COVID happened and people couldn't go to sporting events and then they had to go and it was only a few, I thought that would change fandom forever. I thought fans would be so appreciative to get back in there, that they would be chumming it up with other fans. There wouldn't be fights anymore. There wouldn't be any of this heckling of the players. And as soon as it got back in, it started up again. And the thing is the kid that taunted Kettle Marte is 22, whether he's a kid or a man, whatever. And now he's banned from the White Sox games, maybe all of MLB. The White Sox put up a message for Kettle Marte yesterday that said, the White Sox community supports Kettle Marte. Players went up to him and everything like that.
White Sox players?
Yeah. White Sox players, went up and supported him. But I just feel like there's something with fans.
Well, if you're a Chicago White Sox fan, that's tough sled.
Well, it's
right
not
there.
even about that. There's people, whether it's on the internet or whether it's in person, to where they don't think the person on the other end of that screen or the other side of that field is a real person at all.
Yeah.
And they can hear you, and we can read your stuff. And whether it makes us pussies or not, yes, some things affect us, like our mother's dying, like some sort of other tragic events that are in our life. And a lot of people are telling the guy to suck it up because it's been 8 years. But I don't think that you should be allowed to tear a player down like that when he's trying to do his job just because you paid to get in.
I'm with you. I'm 100% with you. Like I said, kids and moms are off base.
He has been banned from all ballparks.
Good.
Emotions already got to be tough enough to come to work, and then to deal with something like that. It's just unacceptable.
All right, thanks. Appreciate it. When we return, man, Disney has completely jumped the shark. Now, Brian, have you exposed your poor child to Disney?
Yeah, she's gone. I mean, I exposed her to what? Like the seedy side of Disney?
No, just, even letting her know about Disney means, you're going to be into it for a couple $1,000. You can't go to Disney now and not you, your wife. If it was just you, your wife, and child.
He's got Florida resident coupons, Bubba.
She's not a huge Disney fan. The rides suck.
Yeah.
There's like 3 good rides in all of their parks. She's a coaster kid, man. She loves
so
roller coasters.
Universal would be far more, or even Busch Gardens.
She was so much more excited to go to Universal than Disney when we went.
Actually, Busch Gardens is let me oof.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of heat right now.
Why? What do you mean? One of the gorillas get loose?
No, the whoever owns them, they're just not putting money into it, and
it's getting run down.
It's getting really run down.
Who does? Obviously, Busch Gardens used to be owned by Anheuser-Busch, and then I think it's changed hands a few times. Let me ask. Hey, Alexa. Good morning, Alexa. Good morning. Hello.
Skyred hasn't been open in 12 years.
United Parks and Resorts.
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Hey, Alexa. Who owns Busch Gardens Tampa?
Busch Gardens Tampa is owned by United Parks and Resorts.
Faster than Alexa.
And Brian, what other holdings do they have?
I mean, SeaWorld Orlando, they own the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens. So they have 8 theme parks and 4 water parks. So the SeaWorlds, Busch Gardens, Tampa, Williamsburg, Aquatica, Discovery Cove, and then a few other water parks here.
Really, the only thing that I would go to Busch Gardens for is they really do the Halloween. Is it called Hollow Scream? I don't know. Universal has one franchise, and Busch Gardens has the other. One's called Hollow Scream, and the other one's called I don't know what the hell. But Halloween Horror Nights. I will tell you this, man. Busch Gardens does a pretty good Halloween get-up. They got like 13 or 14 different theme-based, walk-through haunted houses with actors.
Would you go to that with just Merch Crick? Would you go to?
I used to take Tyler every year.
Yeah, no, I figured like a kid thing, but now I'm saying like as an adult, would you guys?
No. Not as an adult. The minute you don't have kids anymore, and kids don't really, they're really quite scary. Well, so you couldn't, I wouldn't take Ariana through it.
What was the last?
Or Sammy. I think your kid needs to be like 12 in order to be able to, because there's some, the chainsaw guy.
They'll chase you right into the bathroom.
But real quick, what was the last non-racing event that you went out to go to? Left your house for? That's a serious question.
A baseball game.
Last year. Last year, I used the Diaco tickets for spring training, Yankees, Rays spring training, not 2024. So spring training of 2024. Then Merch Crick and I went to a hockey game. We used Tom Bean's tickets to go to a hockey game.
You know what, Danny?
That was last fall.
Danny G is right. You did catch all the Warsaw games. That was that's going out.
I went in October, flew all the way to Indiana to watch the Warsaw Tigers play in the state championship game. Brian, give that to me. That involved an airline, hotel, rental car. I mean, come on, bud.
I was just curious.
So October, October. But listen, I mean, when you're an empty nester, so to speak.
Right, you should be out doing things.
Should we all go?
You don't have kids weighing you down.
I actually have plans. We're going somewhere with Tara, and here's a first. Tara and Tarek, me and Erica are going on a little 2-day mini vacation in July 3rd and 4th.
Nice.
Ooh.
And that's the first time I've gone on vacation with my sister, probably since we were kids.
Really? You didn't go ever with her? When you were rolling hard? She never, tagged along with you? You never brought her along?
He was never comfortable enough accepting her payment for the full vacation.
I'm talking about, there was a time when
rich.
Bubba was the rich one and Tara was poor.
There was a time, Seth, when I was making $4 million a year. I mean, I was rich. I'm not bragging.
Wait, you're not making $4 million a year anymore?
No, hell no.
What the hell?
Half.
Hell. Half of half of half of half.
That's $6 a year.
Hold on,
you were making enough that you didn't notice a $250,000 missing.
Yeah,
that's pretty good.
I had, my ex-wife had some pretty
nice shoes,
convenient ways of taking some stuff.
Oh, I was talking about your ex-producer, but all your exes wear Rolexes.
That would be a great country song, right?
I stole that from John Daly.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. I'm going to give credit to the author.
Drunk ass John Daly?
Yeah.
The golfer?
Yeah, he said all my exes wear Rolexes.
I got to tell you though, man, I've been watching, his feed comes up every once in a while. He can still rip it.
Oh, and his son's a good golfer.
He can still have a Marlboro and a Miller Lite, put it down, straight white trash wise, put it down on the ground, his Marlboro next to his Miller Lite, and take a 3-wood, on the fairway, Brian, and set it up, 295 yards on the green.
Yeah, no, he's a hell of a golfer.
Yeah, he's got his own beer now. It's called Good Boys. He says he drinks about 35 to 40 a day.
It's actually a vodka seltzer can. I can't endorse it. It's pretty terrible tasting.
But he drinks 35 to 40 a day.
I believe that. They're only 4.5%.
Yeah.
Oh my God. What's like a Mike's Hard Lemonade? Or these beasts that Monster make? They're like 8.
The Monsters are like 7.
Now, Brian, let me ask you a question. Let's say you're used to drinking a Miller Lite or just a regular beer that's rolling around like 3-4, and then you drink a 7. Does that really knock you on your ass?
It's like drinking 2 of those beers at once. It depends on how fast you're drinking it. Typically, those are
they taste better, so you typically drink it a little quicker, right?
You can, yeah. So when I go to the Rays games, I get Voodoo Rangers, their craft beer sponsor there, and they have a hard supercharged iced tea lemonade that's 7%, and it's a 28-ounce can. So you're talking.
Can you rip through 2 of those and not even and feel no pain?
No. You rip through 2 of those in a baseball game and you're feeling good.
Right.
I mean, it's like drinking.
Are you driving home, or are you letting somebody else drive?
No, I mean you don't drive drunk.
Right.
Please.
So anyway, Brian, Tara has already got. I like this.
Where are you going?
Well, I'm not gonna. That's gonna be a secret.
Why?
Because I don't.
What,
want
you think everybody's going to go there and harass you?
I don't want people knowing my business.
They're vacationing with Mr. and Mrs. Roger Stone, and they don't want to have the paparazzi there.
Yeah, we're doing it. Yeah.
I'm just trying to understand why it's secret.
I can tell you privately. I can tell you privately where we're going.
But why wouldn't
because there's celebrities involved.
Because I could tell you privately,
okay.
And once I told you privately, then you would understand, and you wouldn't even be a dick about it. You'd be like, "Oh, okay, I get it.
All right,
I can understand." But and here's the thing, Tara, God bless her little soul. I make enough. I can pay for a $200 a night hotel room.
Yeah,
I can. Now, $200 a night hotel room doesn't really get you much anymore. But so Tara has already booked my hotel, and like I'm staying in a really, really nice room, and kind of embarrassing. I'm like, Tara, I can just tell me where we're staying, and I'll just get her. No, I already got it booked. And we're driving. Lummy, this is what I'm most excited about. They're going to let me drive, but we're driving Tara's Tesla.
Nice. The whole way?
Yeah, the whole way.
Oh, nice.
Enjoy pulling over and charging.
No, she's going to have it pre-charged. She said, even by the way I drive, which is aggressive, that her range on her car is 350.
Well, now we know.
And if you
draw a
it
circle, we're going to narrow this down here. You're going down to Mar-a-Lago.
And then here's the deal, Seth, is that she's already called the hotel we're staying at, and they got a Tesla charging station.
Of course.
And I guess you can reserve. Like if you have reservations there that comes and you need a plug-in. Like Johnny just, across the street, they reserve you a plug-in. I guess the big thing right now, Brian, because Tarek told me this is, with the electric car world, is the charging tips. Not all of them are you would think in the whole entire, just like gasoline just like, non-electric vehicles. You're at the gas station, the tip of it fits in every hole.
Yeah, could you imagine that if they were only certain certain size one?
So
like, this is too girthy for my car.
People haven't talked about that, but Seth's Ford Hemi, his tip will fit. The gas that he uses for his Ford Hemi will fit in my truck, will fit in Lummy's truck, will fit in your. And you drive a Volkswagen.
Yeah,
driving your Volkswagen. I mean, the fuel tips are universal.
Shout out Germany.
But supposedly in the charging game, these manufacturers have all made their charging tips different. So you have to have like an adapter that like 3 or 4 different adapters based on what charging station you go to, because not all charging stations are Tesla. So if you got a Ford, like a Ford Lightning pickup truck, or the Cadillac EV, whatever, I guess the whole big thing now is they need to get on. They're fighting about tips. To me, Brian, that seems like, why wouldn't they? You're already fighting an uphill battle trying to get people to buy electric. If you make them have to jump through more hoops where you just can't pull into the charging station and everybody works, everybody has the same configuration with regards to your charging tips, you're just making it that much more of a pain in the ass for people to go electric.
Yeah. Yeah, they should have regulated that at some point.
Should have regulated the tips. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. When we return, we're going to get into this Disney stuff. Yeah, I wouldn't take the kids to Disney. It's just too expensive.
Huh.
I mean, it is. What is it? It's $30 or $40 to park. It's what,
$130 if you're paying for like a single day ticket.
$130 a copy.
Yeah.
So
they give you like $9
now, Brian,
off a kid.
when you went to Disney with Ariana.
I went during COVID.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, that was probably they
probably were letting you. They're probably letting you in for free.
It was the best experience possible, other than wearing the mask. But you got past that quick.
You can kayfabe that.
And they didn't let Brian bring his 409 in, which he had a problem with.
Right. Yeah, I sprayed everybody with it.
You were the most uptight of anybody when it came to COVID, but yet that's when you decided to go to Disney. Did you spray the seats down?
Real quick after I contracted COVID, because we had one of our workers in the office break protocol. I at that point I'm like, I'm immune. I'm gonna let it eat, and that's when we went and started living our life to the fullest and getting a lot of good deals.
Of all of us here, including Macho Man, if he's Mike available. How many times did you get COVID?
I've only had it once that I know of that I tested positive for.
I got it twice. The first one was really bad. The second one was pretty much a 3-day kind of flu event. Seth, how many can you count how many times you got it, you think?
I had it twice. I had to go to the walk-in clinic for the second time.
Twice.
I couldn't stop throwing up.
So mine, the first time was worse than the second. Yours were opposite of that. Second was worse than the first.
Oh, dude, the first one was a breeze, man. It was not like one day I didn't feel good. And then the second time I was lying down in front of the emergency walk-in on the sidewalk. The doctors had to come out because I thought I was dying, but I was really just trying to draw attention to where maybe they could move me to the front of the line.
Just working the deal?
I was working a deal, yeah, but it did scare my daughter when she saw me lying there like a homeless man. So
sometimes you got to Iggy her up, say, "Hey, listen, Sammy, Dad's got to do a bump here in front of everybody."
I let her know what my motive was.
Right,
Daddy's about to fake a seizure, honey.
Dad's gonna fake a seizure. I might get hardway juice on the curb. So
take my wallet and stick it in my mouth when I start falling on the ground.
No, just take my wallet and don't let anybody take it. Lummy, how many times did you get COVID, and which one was worse?
I don't think. I mean, I probably got it. I don't.
You don't think you ever got it?
No.
Oh, please.
All those times that everyone had it. I was putting chairs together for Dr. Dan when everyone had it.
Cro-Magnon man.
Yeah,
doesn't
listen.
get
You
it.
are such a caveman and such a big. You are such a big woolly mammoth. That
I was
you
trying
probably
to get it when Ashley had it. I was spitting in my mouth.
You probably. Hold on. What? When Ashley had it, you had her spit in your mouth.
Yeah.
And it wasn't during a sexual makeout deal. It was a legitimate spit in my mouth, because if you're in the mind frame and you're really hot and heavy, maybe a spit in the mouth might work under certain sexual circumstances. But Lummy, you legitimately were not having sex, not having a hot moment, and you told your wife while she had COVID so that you guys could have COVID together, quote unquote, Spit in my mouth.
Yeah, because that was when everyone had it here, and I was like, I can't get it. Spit in my mouth so I can get it and get.
Man, you are
immunity.
a man. You are a goddamn man's man.
I
is
didn't
what
get
you
it though.
are.
Drank a half a bottle of vodka right after. I probably killed
I
it.
think you got so much vodka in your system that nothing can grow.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing illicit can grow other than what's supposed to keep you humanly
His
alive.
blood alcohol is always 0.28.
Yeah, he's always running around at a 2.0.
Perfect.
You know,
He ever
please.
takes a breathalyzer, he's like, officer,
He'd be the only
0.28 is my base. So.
Officer, I just want to let you know I'm
Talk to
going to
my lawyer,
nail
Brian.
all the officer. I just want to let you know that I'm going to nail all these field sobriety tests, and but I will blow a 2.0. I'm just telling you.
But if it's a 0.36, then I'm actually drunk.
Yeah, then you might want to call Ashley.
But Macho probably had it a
Macho.
couple times.
Well, Macho's a hypochondriac. He probably has
Well,
that.
no, because it's confirmed. I was at Dan's office a couple weeks ago. My taste buds are effed, so I have it now. So I've also been staying away from everybody.
You have COVID right now?
Yeah, but-
would you spit in my mouth?
No,
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Seth is now wigged out. He's got to go home.
I'm gonna just at least have to miss the
Seth is so wigged out.
She's an easy lover.
Seth, you need to get on YouTube and figure out how to reset your Ford Hemi.
She's like no other.
well.
You notice how I think your oil light bugs me the more than it bugs you.
I'm unfazed by cars. Again, if we could just go back to how society used to be, I would love to ride a horse. So much easier maintenance. They could probably tell me when they
Just
need
save
to
a
go
horse,
change.
ride a cow.
The horse can tell you when he's hungry. when
Yeah,
he's thirsty.
shit. I gotta play these guessing games with this fucking Ford Hemi. Piece of shit.
Seth's like, I gotta go check my horses.
He's mad at his Ford Hemi right now.
Cars suck, dude. I gotta get a Rivian like Brian.
Rivian.
Brian, you don't have a Rivian, do you?
No, I've got some neighbors that do. I heard they're real pieces of shit.
I've heard that as well. So Brian, do you want one of these knives seriously, or no?
You're good, man.
Okay. Have you seen the Bubba Army shoes?
The shoes? There's another pair, or the old ones?
The
that
Fat
you
Man
used?
Dunk 3s?
Yeah, I saw them. They look great.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
The red and black ones?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they're super nice.
Now, was this a pretty big thing here? All these kids they found?
Oh, text me where you're going.
Oh, okay. But please don't.
I won't. Bubba, you know. Come on.
No, for real, bud. Like,
I
don't.
won't fuck with it. I'll
Okay.
keep my mouth shut.
You won't fucks with it?
I won't fucks with it. Look at all that clear traffic in Tampa. The summertime's the best. You can actually get around and not take 4 hours. Although I-4 is always fucked, huh? That's such a pretty bridge. Love the Skyway. Yeah, $20 super chats for karaoke requests all day long. But I won't sing unless there's an actual.
All right, Brian, I
request.
sent it to you.
All right. I don't know Ryan Saudi. Okay. Why is that a secret, though?
Well,
why would that be something?
Brian, because of what? Hold on.
Yellow. That'll be a nice trip, though. Okay. All right.
You know.
I guess.
It's too bad you got to live your life like that. But
I mean, you don't have to, but.
But yeah, you kind of do, B. You kind of do. You're not on here enough to fucking. you don't have the 5-day exposure. You get, and by the way, they all love you. You're naturally well liked. They fucking hate me. So you can't even come from a fair mindset.
Oh yeah.
Lummy, do we need to do the TWC parasite cleanse?
Yes.
Does that come with video?
Yes. It's like it will play pretty much behind you. Macho has that ready.
Well, he doesn't have it ready, does he?
For next break.
You got parasites, Bubba?
No, but we're on front page.
Macho has COVID.
Oh, we're not on front page.
Oh yeah, we need to advertise ivermectin.
Lummy, let's do it next break so that he has a chance to get
everything up and right.
Right.
Okay. Boxes last night. 25 and a 50.
You saw that jump when we.
Yeah.
What?
You saw the jump when they put.
Right. But now we're back onto a smaller.
$200 box. The winter is coming.
$200 box.
I am going to do a Sunbelt rental.
Okay.
So please
Don't be
give them to
skeptical
me.
of this.
I'm not skeptical.
I know that you're busy, but I need them quicker.
The way your dick is inverted, it looks like you are.
It's not my dick, it's my microphone. I love to fondle all show long.
Yes, I see nothing.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
I know Lummy probably. Well, see, I got a deal with Sunbelt, and so they have some equipment that they just keep at my track. My water wagon, my Harley rake, and my skid steer pretty much don't go anywhere. They are such a great sponsor of the racetrack, but also the show. Lummy has a deal with Kevin.
Yeah,
and Kevin's the best. Or it's also my boy George up in Ocala. He does me all types of solids. Love those guys.
I've got a cherry picker I keep in my neighborhood from them.
You do?
Yeah, I'm cutting side deals for myself.
For any street lights that need changed.
Sometimes I'll just drive it down the street fully erect.
Like 30 feet, like 30 feet, like you're almost part of a Trump military parade.
Yeah. I throw beads and you know.
Well, much like Tuttle, Babyface is he runs his community. So
he runs it with an iron fist.
Yeah, and if he wants to do that, there's really nothing anybody can do. And if they have a problem, they can take it up at the next meeting.
They actually all have to come outside and wave at me when I do it. I let them know the day
and
and time.
In fact, Brian has a really strict Sunbelt rental policy. If there's anybody doing anything lawn related or any type of home improvement related, and they have some type of rental equipment not from Sunbelt, Brian shuts the site down immediately.
Yep,
makes them take it. I
call out ICE on all the workers.
That junk ass United piece that you got, and said you need to exchange your piece with a Sunbelt. You can go to sunbeltrentals.com. Type in literally where you are or the location that you're going to need your piece of equipment. They'll give you the nearest store or location for you to go, and you can do it right. You can do all of it online, or you can go down to that 301 in MLK store. That thing's got all kinds of goodies down there.
Does.
Be like Bubba and order your heavy equipment on the toilet. That's how you know you're living a good life.
Sunbeltrentals.com. Of course, our boy Bobby K. I think Bobby K's like a 4 or 5 or 6 ringer.
Yeah.
So anyway, man, great people. Anything you would potentially need from that high reach cherry picker that Brian needs to parade around his homeowners area to power washers, to painters, to skid steers, to track, you name it, they got it. And it's all starts and stops with sunbeltrentals.com. They got a weekend warrior deal where they'll drop your piece of equipment off at 5 o'clock on Friday. You get it off for the remaining portion of Friday. And let me, like on my skid steer, it's got lights, so you can work well into the night.
Or you can just rent lights from Sunbelt.
Oh yeah, you know what? Get a light tower.
There you go.
That's what you should do: is get a skid steer and then throw in a light tower. And let me, you might not sleep all weekend long. Go to sunbeltrentals.com. The Weekend Warrior special is they drop off at 5 on Friday. They pick up at 9 a.m. on Monday. And you got it all. And it's for for a 1-day rental, you get basically 3 days out of them. Sunbeltrentals.com. Thank you. They've been with us, what, 10, 15 years?
47 years they've been with you,
They've been with
Bubba.
my show for 47 years.
As long as you've been making content.
7 years longer than I've been in radio. Sunbelt Rentals has been with me, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Sunbeltrentals.com. Thank you, Bobby K. Hi, who's this?
Bubba.
Yes, sir.
Hey, man, it's Mark from Cocoa.
Hi, Mark. Coco.
How you doing? Hey, I had a couple of quick things. The first one was, I don't know if you guys know it, but on Florida Man Radio, your first commercial break of the morning for the last couple months just been dead air. 5 minutes straight of dead air.
That's our sponsor down there. Dead air.
But it keeps you intrigued, doesn't it? TSL.
Let me look into that.
Yes.
Or no, actually, Macho Man probably needs to look into that.
Yeah.
They're not. Obviously, when we hit our tertiary tone, the fire to break away from the network, they must not be. That must not be triggering their system to play their preloaded 5 minutes and 20 seconds worth of programming, because that's how long we're gone for. So,
is he listening? Is that from the app or?
Is it on the app or you
From
listen?
the app.
Yeah, from the app. Okay. Well, I'll let me send this.
Yes.
Give me this air check, and I can send to Grillo, and I can send to maybe John, and see if we can get that fixed. So on the app, when we go to our first. Now, how about other commercials?
Nope, all the rest of them are fine. It's just that very first commercial break.
All right. Well, good. Well, anything else you got for us other than that, and we will remedy that the best we can. Thank you.
You're a Dexter fan, right? I know you're a Dexter fan.
Yes, very much so.
Have you seen the brand new trailer for the brand new Dexter coming up?
Well, I watched the original Dexter, the original one, and then I watched the New Blood, which what was 10 episodes, Brian, something like that?
I don't know. I didn't watch it all.
You didn't watch it at all?
I fell asleep.
Yeah,
during
so
it.
I watched New Blood, and then now is there something else coming?
Well, they got the original Sin is the one where he's a kid, but they got a brand new one out. It's called Dexter Resurrection.
No, hold on. I watched the original Sin, which was a prequel to when he was a kid, and how his mom got killed in the container, and him and his brother survived. So I watched that, and then the original one that came out back in the day. So is there a new one now?
No. Yes, this one's brand new, and it's actually Dexter is back, and it'll give you goosebumps, man. It is awesome. It looks killer. No pun intended.
I sent you the show. Showtime. It looks like
Showtime.
July 11th is coming on, man, and I'm ready, dude. This trailer, man, like I said, it'll give you goosebumps, man. When he's in the hospital bed and his eyes flash up, and it's like, oh, Dexter's back, man.
All right, my man. I'm gonna let me send it to me, and I'm gonna watch it. Okay, bud.
10-4.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
I found the biggest Dexter fan in the world.
Hey, Michael C. Hall died at the end of the last one. His son shot him, and he begged the writers to get him back into Dexter, just because Michael C. Hall said it was just such a part of him that he just needed to keep playing it. So they worked him into this new one.
Direction.
Hold on here.
Somebody once told me.
So that's kind of the backstory behind Seth, and the fact that on the
last series, his son shot him and killed him, but it looks like he's alive now.
Well, maybe they alluded to potentially they're going to probably play it off that we thought.
Well, he's been it's called Resurrection, so I'm assuming.
Somebody once told me you have to go through hell
If you
to
have
achieve
Graves' disease and
resurrection.
itchy eyes, the truth may be even more uncomfortable. People with Graves could also get thyroid eye disease, or TED, which may need a different doctor.
Nobody could mix a commercial
Find
in a trailer
TED
like
eye
you,
specialist
Sponjo.
at mythyroideyes.com.
Welcome to Boomer Radio.
The Funkmaster Flex.
I sent it to you on YouTube if you want to get off of this.
So wait, Dexter has Graves' disease?
Somebody once told me.
So shut up.
You have to go through hell to achieve resurrection. Hallelujah.
Dexter, it's like seeing a ghost. Chief Bishop told me that you were alive. She said that you were the Bay Harbor butcher.
Give it up, man.
So much for the happy reunion.
Is he going to New York to?
It would appear so, Bubba.
Yeah, thank you.
A better place to hide.
It's the greatest city in the world.
Where nobody
If you
knows
have
who you
Graves'
really
disease
are.
and fever,
Tell me more about your friends.
Prater likes to also get thyroid eye disease, which may need a different doctor. Find a TED eye specialist at mythyroideyes.com.
Where's it coming from, Boha?
It's
So
coming
Dexter's
from
got
this.
thyroid issues.
It's coming from the Dexter deal. It's coming from what I'm playing. It goes like 30
Wait,
seconds.
Peter Dinklage!
Time to meet the man of the manor.
Welcome.
Hold on, Seth's into it because we got Peter Dinklage
I've always been
from
into
Game
it.
of Thrones.
Tyrion, and he's reprising his role of Tyrion.
I cannot express how excited I am to meet you.
He looks like Rico Abreu.
Yeah, he does.
Serial killers.
I mean, Lummy, the famous sprint car driver, a good friend of mine, Rico Abreu.
Check it out, Kev. Got your Green Mountain.
Looks just like Peter Dinklage.
Often finding the best of the best in every field.
Let's show and tell, baby.
So there are others on their way. Only in New York. Tonight's the night.
Invitation delivered.
Uma Thurman.
Dude, this is legit.
They got some stars.
It is. As much as Brian wants to hate, they got Peter Dinklage, they got Uma Thurman, they got,
I think the Trinity Killer's supposed to be in this one.
Oh,
John Lithgow?
John Lithgow.
Yeah.
Oh, he was the best.
This is the dark path you're going down.
I heard you to be careful, son. I'm tired of being careful.
I wonder if Dexter would want one of our Bubba retractables.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, come on.
You should send Michael C. Hall one and see if he does like a spot with it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Oh man, goosebumps.
You're being a smart ass.
No, that really got me. I'm
we
looped back in.
really never know what's true with you.
That's why I like to keep you on your toes.
right.
I don't know. I can't tell either. Dick.
So, Lummy, this woman here, I'd rather she got thrown out of Disney.
No.
She went to Disney with her husband. They were riding around doing Disney-like stuff, and then she went to get on a ride or something like that, and they told her that she had to go buy a regular Disney T-shirt from the gift shop because yoga pants and a sports bra is not acceptable dress code for Disney. Meanwhile, you can see 600-pounders that are running their larks. This is what the average Disney person looks like.
For your upcoming trip to Disney World or Universal, but you weren't sure where to begin?
I'd much rather see the girl in yoga, in a yoga pair of pants and a nice looking sports bra. Which to me, Brian, you have a kid, you have a daughter. Seth, you have a daughter. That doesn't intimidate. That's not.
I don't think that her outfit was inappropriate.
I don't either. I don't think that's inappropriate. Secondly, it
was making the characters horny.
It's Africa hot when you're walking on asphalt and pavement all day that a person could wear something like this and to be cool. And I don't think this is inappropriate at all. Now, I find this inappropriate. This would offend me more than the in-shape girl wearing yoga pants and a sports bra.
And hey everyone, we're plus-size park hoppers. We range in sizes from 2X to
plus-size park hoppers.
These are all your P1s, Bubba, so I'd be careful.
5X. Make sure you like this video and follow us for more plus-size Disney tips and tricks. If you know us, you know by now that we always recommend Gold Mobility.
Let me. At what point in my life do I turn into Bubba Lark guy? You think? You think I'm close to that?
It's coming.
Apparently, it's not a small world after all.
When it comes to theme parks.
Jesus, I don't even know the zoo. I mean.
Now that was people are gonna like that one.
Not me,
but people.
Somebody needs to get me the Zookeeper deal. But then if you Zookeep Brian, people get hot on the deal because they find it funny. What I find Zookeeper-ish, you guys find funny. So who's the problem?
Yeah.
Park scooter rentals. They have scooters to fit all of your needs. Whether you're looking for a portable scooter that can fit in your car or a larger scooter with a higher weight capacity.
Look at how big that. I mean.
Yeah, but after a day in the park, you wouldn't want to get down with
this
that.
This girl's
Bubba.
so fat, Lummy, that she has like a canopy That's the same kind of canopy I have on my tractor that One-Eyed Billy has on his John Deere for guys that work out of the fields all day on a tractor. This girl's got the same canopy to cover her fat ass from the sun.
I just got a text that Sunbelt's doing big girl scooter rentals now at Disney.
Mobility has what you're looking for. To make your
Now, do they have scooter? I mean, do you have to bring your own scooter to Disney, or do they have rentals?
Well, think these losers are flying in from around the world, so they got rentals, man. It's a big business. They'll drop it off to your hotel.
Let me research Disney scooter rentals.
Yeah, they'll drop them off at your hotel.
I might actually, be a little bit more park friendly if I got,
Dude, you can't.
even more comfortable, they've added some new premium.
Hell yeah, let me find me the one with the double fan and the canopy, and I'm going to Busch Gardens all day, bitch.
Accessories. We tried out the foldable.
$65 a day.
That's it?
That's what it's looking like.
Is that
that's for the base model.
Oh,
not the foldable canopy. I'm looking.
No,
I'm
I don't
looking
want.
for the
I don't want to
options.
see the foldable canopy. That's way.
No, you need all that stuff, Bubba.
Canopy as demonstrated here by Ashley Vanna White. It's incredibly easy to assemble
Ashley Vanna White.
and provides much needed shade and protection from the Florida sun. Another accessory that we tried out is the insulated basket cooler. This cooler
I bring my own. I bring my own Bubba Army, lunchbox. Which, by the way, we sold out of those too, Lummy.
Awesome.
I got reorders on the lunch boxes. I got reorders on the knives, and it's looking like we're going to have about 20 pair of Bubba Army Fat Man Dunks 3s available.
For those interested, the scooter that she is showing off right now is their Type 2 model.
That goes along with her diabetes?
Yes.
Yeah.
fits perfectly
Even I got that one.
in the basket and can be used to keep your
Macho can. Okay, I got it. I got to. If I need a zoo keep, I can.
It's great for keeping your insulin cool.
The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
I have someone in my family that suffers from diabetes.
Type 1 or 2?
I don't know.
Okay, it matters.
Yeah, well.
protected from the heat. We always order cases of water to our room, and being able to keep it in the basket cooler to keep us hydrated throughout the day is the best. It can also be removed from.
Here's the thing. I don't think any of these girls will fit on the rides. So, what do you do at Brian? If you can't ride any of the rides at Disney, what do?
You go around and hug the characters like a big fat loser.
The basket, so you can bring it to your table.
Why? Do you
with
think you
you?
can get
As
your big
always,
old ass on the Space Mountain? Because, if you can, they can.
Gold Mobility scooters come included with a.
They're on the best ride ever because there's no lines. Have you been to Disney? You get on 2 rides with all the lines.
Way to get up on my face here.
I'm not in your face, but you were talking about $65 a day. No big deal to wheel your ass around, Disney World. I figured I think these women are just very voluptuous and have cute faces, and they should be able to enjoy any ride they want to if they're going to squeeze their big ass into it. I just want to know how comfortable you would feel, sitting down in one when then they start to put the lap bar down.
Yeah, how would you like this woman spilling over onto you on rocket roller
There's been a lot of
coaster
times. There's been a lot of times in my fluctuating weight career where I can go to any amusement park and I fit. Usually the roller coasters have two seats in the back that are made a little bigger, and I can get in them. And there's been a couple times in my fluctuating weight career that I cannot fit in the seats.
And no harm, no foul, man. Nothing wrong with that. We all go through rough periods.
I'm way closer to fitting in a seat than these bitches. If I'm 300,
your roller coaster ready?
These girls are 500. If I'm 300, they're 500.
I think they're probably
Standard
like 380.
And cup holder and phone holder. Also, Gold Mobility will deliver the scooter to your resort or vacation
But she's
rental.
probably like
Their
5'3",
scooters have an
Bubba.
amazing battery life and can withstand even.
Hold on. I'm 300, and you're telling me that bitch looks only 80 pounds heavier than me?
But aren't you rock solid muscle? And muscle weighs more than fat.
I do have some.
In the most jam-packed park day.
You're
We
built
have
like a keg,
really
Bubba.
What?
You're built like a keg.
put their scooters to the test. The next time you're looking to rent a scooter in the Orlando or Anaheim area, look no further than Gold Mobility.
There you go.
Wow, they just looped us into an endorsement.
So I absolutely loathe. Now I'm going to go off on something. I'm going to pull Dr. Dan here and air my grievances.
Are you going to call J-Lo a fat pig?
I hate childless Disney couples. I want them all to burn in hell. They are the most pathetic human beings on the earth.
First of all,
they're the ones that make Disney not fun.
They're weird.
Super weird.
What does an adult? Disney's it's made for children. it's designed for children.
Yes.
It's targeted for kids and not for childless adults. If you're an adult that goes to Disney without a child, they need to check your hard drive. I'm just telling you right now, you are weird.
You're weird, and you're
something you and I finally agree upon.
And they clog everything up, so the kids get to wait an hour to meet a character because some 40-year-old has to break down crying
on a scooter.
hug a
40-year-old
wants to hug Tigger.
Right.
I mean, give me a break.
And
you
poor Tigger,
losers.
and then poor Tigger's got a complete different mindset after that 390-pound greasy pig just hugged him. He think he's giving his full attention to little Sammy. No, he's like, oh my God, I just got accosted by a 400-pound pig. I wanted to see that little 7-year-old and say hi to her because that's who my character is supposed to be liked by, not some 400-pound grease belly pig.
We don't like you
Atwood,
Tigger
Indiana.
lovers around here.
Looks like
hi, you're on the air. Go ahead.
$59 for the scooters.
That's not that
Good
bad.
morning. How are
A
you?
day?
With regards to how much it costs to get in the park, that's not that bad.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, sir. You're on the air.
Good morning, Bubba. How are you?
813-90 Bubba on my phone lines. I'm doing good, buddy. Thank you for asking. What can I do for you?
Did you see that your buddy Tech Nine is coming to concert in September in Tampa?
Absolutely. We already have systems in place for me to either be at the show or for him to come on the show or both.
I was just going to say, because I know he's off for a few days after, it'll be a great show if you're able to get him on.
We are working on that. Lummy's way ahead of you.
Yes.
Gotcha. If I ordered a backpack today, do you think I'd have it before 4th of July? I'm right here in St. Pete.
I absolutely know you would. If you ordered one right now, I don't think they've sold out. If you ordered one right now,
I'll have it to your house by noon.
She's literally Merch Crick is here and she's packing and doing. She's got like 150 orders to fill that came in last night.
How many did Lumby have to bring to the airport yesterday?
What did you take? 3 truckloads?
Yes.
She can't lift any heavy. She can't be making any more airport runs. So Lummy's doing that for me, and I'm paying Lummy a flat rate a day. I'm paying him a day rate to be my. So literally, if you ordered it right now, she'd probably have it packed by the end of the show, and Lummy will be it'd probably be at the Tampa International Airport main U.S. Postal Service place by 1 p.m. today, and it'll probably be at your door tomorrow or Saturday.
Okay, cool, because I'm going out of town, and when you guys were talking about it the other day about all the clothes you could fit in it, I'm taking my wife on a small anniversary trip next weekend.
Now, are you allowed to tell us where you're going?
I'm going to Orlando. We're going to Gatorland and
that's where we're
going, like amusement and all that.
I'm going to Gatorland with Tara. Mm-hmm. I'm going to see Savannah, formerly from the Monsters, at Gatorland.
So, sir, are you also going to buy one of the Bubba mystery boxes that he's selling?
Brian, stop pushing the mystery box. I'm not set up for that yet.
Oh, I thought we had started it.
No,
I
we're
wanted to
not.
call in the other day when you were doing the thing about, what radio station you listen to, but the phone lines were jam-packed.
Yeah,
because I'm right here in St. Pete, and I listen on 98.3.
Yeah, in Tampa, we're on 3 stations, AM 820, 98.3, and Pinellas and Hillsborough on 96.7, Fort Walton Beach 103.1, Panama City 101.1, and Phoenix 1340 AM and 99.1, 4 markets, 7 stations, bitches. How about that?
Yeah, I'm right here in St. Pete, and I listen to Bubba RV HQ when I'm doing lawns because I do landscaping.
Fantastic. Lawn, and you know what? I'm sure you don't have a Skag, but you should probably invest in one if you're a real landscaper.
I don't have a Skag. I've got an X-Mark, but my buddy has Skags, and I just used his for the first time last week, and
so hold on.
Bubba has a bunch of X-Marks, too. They're all on Reddit.
So that's actually pretty funny. Let me ask you a question. So you own your own lawn service, and you have X-Marks, which is a brand, correct?
Yeah. Yeah.
And your buddy has a lawn service, and he's got Skag, correct?
Yeah, both his are Skag.
And so you happen to drive a few of his Skags last week, and I think you just said to me before we got interrupted that night and day difference between the quality and how much more rugged a Skag is than that very popular X-Mark.
Yeah, the whole hydraulic system with the drivability on it and just the comfort and everything else. You know, and
They're a little
the
bit-
biggest thing is the hydraulic.
They're a little bit more money, but they'll last 3 times as long. I got a Skag. I got a 1986 Skag that we use at my racetrack that is still running strong. It's
a T-top.
So
I just got this X Mark last year because my Toro motor blew up on me, and I got a really good deal on this one. But yeah, whenever I'm in the market for a mower again, it'll definitely be a Skag from the performance I saw from my buddy.
Yeah. All right, my friend, get that backpack.
Thank you, Bubba.
And
You
we'll
guys
get
have
it
a
to
great
you.
day.
And thank you for the Skag shout out. Give me that if you can.
Yes, sir.
There you go. A guy that's his Toro blew up. He went to an X Mark. That's about as cheap as a bad boy. But you gotta invest a little bit more money and get that Skag. That thing's gonna run circles around everything you got. It's industrial strength. It's not made for little. I mean, they got residential units, but this guy's got some type of car door open or something. Yes, go ahead.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hey, hi. Wonderful. So my name's Liz. I'm calling from Jupiter, Florida, first-time caller, and I am calling because I'm riding in my car, and I must sign on with Brian regards to his intense dislike of childless people going to Disney. I am not an overweight person. I am 5'4", 110 pounds. When I take my granddaughter to Disney, I must rent a scooter. And the reason I rent the scooter is because if I don't rent the scooter and put her on my lap in the scooter to get to the front of the line where the scooter parking is, she would never see a character because these bunch of losers are clogging up our view.
You know what I think? You know what I think they should do, ma'am. And first of all, it's refreshing to get a female out of Jupiter, Florida that listens to the show. Secondly, by what means how do you catch the show?
So I am. It depends on where I'm at. So today I'm off, so I'm listening through Facebook. If I'm at work, I'm listening through my phone through YouTube.
Okay,
so it depends on where I am.
Fantastic. And how long have you been Bubba Army?
Oh my God, since right before the days of Howard.
All right.
Long time.
All right, fantastic. Thank you. You know what I think? Yes. I got a proposal for you and Brian because I don't have any more kids.
Want a knife?
No, but I got you know what, Brian? I got a proposal for you and this fine lady, and that is, I think they should have 2 times a month that childless adults can go to Disney, and that's it. Otherwise, if you don't have a child, they don't let you in.
I'd be down.
I love
for
it.
That.
Absolutely. But it's like this breed of person. They're just so outrageously ridiculous. Like, we go to the resorts all the time. The closest one to me is the one in Vero. It's lovely. But when those characters come out, you better watch out because these herds of people will trample you. I don't even understand it. It makes no kind of sense. I'm very suspicious of them.
And the characters are designed to interact with the kids. That's what the characters are for, not...
Oh, no. These losers come with these autograph books.
Yeah.
Okay? It is the craziest thing I have ever seen in my life.
They're psychos.
Yeah.
It's
They're psychos,
really
for sure.
bizarre.
And again, so we're not discriminating 100% against these losers. We could give them 2 days a month, like a couple Mondays, a month where they could go, and it could be, if they have, obviously people with kids are allowed those days as well, but 2 particular Mondays, like the first and the third Monday of every month, people without kids are allowed to go to Disney. Otherwise, you can't go.
Or maybe give them 9 p.m. till midnight.
Something.
I love it. I think our fine president needs to put that on his agenda.
I think that would be more of a governor thing, and Disney hates Ron DeSantis. They would do completely the opposite of whatever he asks.
Anyway, thanks for taking my call.
And thank you. You know what? Let me put you on hold and get your information because I'd like to. Because
I love a gilf.
Well, no,
we'd like to check out your Facebook pictures later.
I'd like
5'4", 110, please.
I'd like for the merch crick to send you a little prize pack, a little Bubba Army shirt, maybe a little just send you a little because a female that's been listening to me for 20 plus years that listens to me on Facebook and or YouTube and has followed the show and still listens to the show. That's very endearing to me. So I'd like to send you a prize pack.
We knew you were a grandma when you said.
It's not necessary. I have a backpack in my car right now. I have your tumbler. I tried to get the Switchblade. It got sold out, but I will buy it. I don't need it. I've got your
Send her mine, Bubba.
blanket.
Send her my
I've
Switchblade.
got it all.
All right,
I've
baby.
got it all.
Well, listen, I am
Yeah.
so thankful for you in so many different ways. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye, guys.
All right, now
Send her the trailer for the documentary.
Yeah, let her watch it.
Sorry, touchy subject.
No, you know what it is.
It is. Yeah, well,
Oh, my
at
God.
this point, how could it not be?
No.
Mothers,
I could
and
take,
trailers are off limits.
I could take you guys in the next break that we do. There's not been a curveball on the documentary, but there's been yet another delay.
Oh no!
And because have
they recasted you, Bubba?
No, they've not recasted me. But it.
Who would play Bubba?
Just Jonah Hill.
Yeah, probably. There's been. It's not a setback. It's just.
What is it? You can't even say.
I can't. I can tell you privately, but it's just I got the email last night from the producers, and they're like, "Listen, we didn't anticipate this. It was going to be a situation, but there's a situation there's a situation that has arisen. I don't know if that's even the right word. Arisen, probably not. That's Indiana white trash.
They already got a documentary.
There's a situation that's come up that's rectifiable. It's just going to take 2 weeks to fix it."
You're like Trump. Everything's 2 weeks.
Have you given up on it?
No. We're too far. We're too pregnant on the deal.
When's Cannes? And are you guys going to enter it in France?
I don't know.
Oh.
It's okay.
Let me thank you for being the calming, nice. Thank you for being the nice guy on it. It's already been, very frustrating for me. It's just been one delay after another, and thank you for being the nice guy on the deal, because Brian and Seth just want to shove it right up my ass. And you know what? Seth never normally wants to, shove things up my ass as much as he does on Thursdays, because he's got a little cheerleader here. He's got his little Seth support group. And so,
I don't think there was no shoving. I think
you co-sign Brian a lot. And it cuts to the core.
I think
you forget about the guy that goes out there and makes sure that you got oil in your car. I genuinely love you. I genuinely take care of you, and I genuinely care for you. And never on any particular day do
What do you want me to curl up in a little ball and let you nuzzle me? We're here to cut deep.
Well,
like one of your Switchblade dives.
You cut the deepest on Thursdays, my friend. You cut me deep every other day, and I can take your cut. They're stitchable.
Dude, it's not like I
But a
said
lot of
anything
times,
about the app.
Yeah,
Oh God damn it!
You're such a dick.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com.
Right now.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Because I was going to say it's okay, but everyone's still waiting for the yacht.
Oh, God. Well, you're right.
If you guys move like those Disney
I was on the door.
So, yeah, you're feeling my pain. I think I actually got a little bit of compassion.
No, yeah.
Seth!
What, bitch?
Penny, heads up.
Dude, I don't deal with pennies.
He's a dime man.
I know, but isn't that good luck? Find a penny.
Yeah, find a penny,
pick it up
all day long. You'll have good luck.
Maybe, and it was heads. That means.
Why don't you crater it in your sphincter and tell me how it holds up the rest of the day?
And then the second half of that is, if it's head, she'll get a sucking fuck. So
I get that no matter what.
Lummy, penny on heads.
Lummy.
Yes, sir.
Is he ready for? Did you check to see if he was ready for this endorsement? You didn't, did you?
I did check. He gave me the thumbs up.
Okay.
You're good, sorry.
Dude, Macho's always ready for anything, dude.
What up, Permaground? What up, LM? What's up, Unsavory?
Bubba found a penny on heads.
Good luck. We're good.
Yeah, we're good.
Ryan, how about you guys getting Asa Newell last night?
Yeah. Pretty big deal.
He played at Georgia and is good.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Ever wonder why your brain feels a little bit foggy? Ever wonder why you're eating clean and exercising and you might be burned out and doesn't seem to be working? Well, you know, it could be parasites. Groundbreaking research from Dr. Alan McDonald revealed a direct link between chronic parasitic infections and neurological diseases like multiple sclerosis. Parasites can also cause inflammation, nerve damage, and long-term cognitive decline. More reason to do a full-body cleanse at least once a year. The Wellness Company has a solution for you. Ivermectin. Boy, let me like it. That seems to be every. I got a few endorsements that are based around ivermectin.
Yes.
You know, which was so heavily villainized for so long, and now it seems to be the end-all be-all. Also, I can't. It's always tough for me to pronounce this next one. It's mebendazole. Is it mebendazole? MEBENDAZOLE.
I think it's mebendazole.
Mebendazole. The gold standard of parasite solution, now combined in one cleansing combo designed to eliminate harmful invaders and support your immune system naturally. Medical grade, not just some trendy herbal gimmick. Fill out a quick intake form and get a 3-month supply shipped right to your door. Maha is officially here. And the wellness company is making it hard to get your medications. I'm sorry. And the wellness company is making it hard to get your medications digitally accessible so that you can live your. That doesn't make sense. And the wellness company is making it hard to get medications digitally accessible so that you can live your best life. I don't know if I'm not reading that correctly or it doesn't make sense. Maha is officially here. And the wellness company is making hard to. Oh, there you go. See, I got a 5th grade reading level at best. I completely made it was. I was talking bad about the wellness company, Lummy, saying they were making it hard, and they're saying no. They're making hard to get medications easier.
That's right.
So that's what they're trying to do, and you can do it digitally so that you can live your best life. Head to twc.health/Bubba Army and use promo code Bubba Army to save 60% off plus free shipping. Again, cleanse your body today. Detox with the wellness company's Parasite Cleanse. Click www.twc.health/Bubba Army and use promo code Bubba Army for 10% off and free shipping on every order. Again, go to www.twc.health/Bubba Army and use the promo code Bubba Army and get that cleanse. I feel like I might be all parasited up, Lummy.
I'm sure you are.
I need to get a hold of the wellness company. Said, can you send me some of this stuff? I want to cleanse.
You want to do a show cleanse? All of us? Seth?
I don't know if Seth. I think Seth's just worried about keeping oil in his car.
I'm not worried about that at all.
I don't know if he's ready for a cleanse or not. Would you be interested in a cleanse?
Yeah, but I don't think we talked about it on this show. Maybe on the Blizzard or maybe off the air. But Brian, didn't you do a cleanse like a few months ago?
Yeah, I did a 5-day juice cleanse.
Okay, but that wasn't.
But it wasn't for parasites.
Yeah, but I mean, it was still. I mean, I don't think we're still doing the endorsement. But I mean, you still did a 5-day juice cleanse. That's like a.
Was that like 5 days of just straight juice, no soluble food at all?
It had a little bit of pea protein, but it was it was mostly juice. It was like 600-700 calories a day.
Now, did you lose weight?
I mean, I lost a little bit. Yeah, you lose a little bit of that. But you lose the bloat. And that's what's nice about it. You feel better.
Then 2, were you excreting just all kinds of stuff? Because I look at. Am I going to be the only one that steps up and says that I look at my bowel movements?
No, I checked mine out yesterday.
I always look at mine.
I just always make sure I eat corn so I know where I'm at.
After I wipe, then I'll get up and,
Especially, I feel like if it's a record breaker, like lengthwise.
Well, I haven't been having record breakers on length, but I've been having interesting, I feel like I'm really getting some of that maybe against my colon spackle out, like that stuff that might be really old in there.
The colon spackle?
Yeah.
That's the medical term for it.
So when you did your 7-day juice cleanse.
5. I wouldn't have made it 7.
5. Did you notice stuff that, normally wasn't bowel-like for you?
No. It's obviously it changes the way that all works, but it was good. I mean, I felt really good after it. Probably had.
I'm going to see if I can get some of this stuff and really cleanse my I probably got a couple tapeworms up in there.
Oh, you're gonna crap out something like the sandworm from Beetlejuice,
like a baby.
Yeah.
Jesus. So I took you guys outside and told you the latest kind of setback with regards to the documentary, and every one of you are like, "Oh, man, that sucks."
It's a mere speed bump.
It is a speed bump, but it's just like it's overthinking at its finest. But I think when you get into the documentary, streaming content, deal when you're dealing with Hulu and Netflix and Paramount Plus and all the places potentially this is going to be, they overthink it more so than anybody. And, this is just another, I think, Brian, this is another form of overthinking, covering their ass. And we got dealt that curveball yesterday.
Now, are we going to have like a red carpet premiere at the Tampa Theater?
We were thinking about that,
You might as well at this point. You got time to plan it.
And here's another thing, though, that I don't know if people know that I think they're going to like, is that we have condensed it down to, instead of being a 3-part series, it is one. It's a one and done, and it's 2 hours and 24 minutes long, which is a little long, but I think we feel is better than 3 parts. If it's good enough, people will sit at the 224 with credits, probably 218, 219 of content, and then the credits and what have you. But so it's one piece, Brian, instead of 3, and that would be conducive to having a red carpet showing rather than to have to, okay, that's part 1. Everybody, now we're now we're getting ready to go to part 2.
Are you gonna have a director's cut DVD?
I don't know. I don't know any of that. I'm not a director, nor do I make those type of decisions. I simply listen with regards to my ownership or participation in this. I have none. I participated. They interviewed me. They didn't have to pay me anything, and I had to sign all these forms and stuff. But I have zero ownership in this.
Captain Creamsicle, $50.
I don't own this at all. But I do think it being a one-off instead of a 3-off is better. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe 2 would have worked. Like sometimes they'll do 2 parts, and there's a natural break in there, but 1 can work too.
The problem we had was this. I'm just going to be completely honest with you. That the aggregator that distributes it says that if it's more than 1 part, you can't have a trailer.
Interesting.
And so
I didn't know that rule.
And neither did we. So we're like, well, the producers are like, let's cut some stuff out, get it to a manageable number, and make it 1. Because I think a trailer, like I when they were asking me, I'm like, we're dead if we don't have a trailer. I completely determine if I'm going to watch something based on the trailer. I just don't go in and start watching something. I mean, maybe if something's been recommended highly to me by Brian or Tom or Seth or something like that, maybe. But 90% of the stuff that I watch, I always watch the trailer. And not to be able to have a trailer, I think is not good. So we're going to have a trailer. In fact, the trailer's done. They just won't let me play it. So, this story developing.
Isn't the whole point of a trailer to get people excited for something and tease it? Like they're not letting you play it. Like that seems to be counterintuitive.
There's reasons for that too.
Oh boy,
which goes back to what we were speaking about in the hallway.
Yeah.
And until they get what we were speaking,
I gotcha.
So they're saying to me, once they get what we were speaking about in the hallway wrapped up, then I can play the trailer. But they have to get that wrapped up first. Do you understand?
Yeah, no, 100%. I get it.
Anytime children and teens.
Now they're saying that this might be one of the biggest. When you think of Tampa, Florida, and the city that we live in, you don't think of really, really, really dark, crimes like this might be the largest children human trafficking bust ever.
Yeah, and it was a hotel that you can see right from 275.
And like when you're trafficking children, and this is a question for Brian or whoever wants to answer it. But does that mean you're going and kidnapping children by whatever means, locking them up in a facility, barely keeping them alive, or chaining them up, not allowing them to be a kid, and some parent somewhere has a missing child?
I mean, it's possible. I don't know the story. Let's hear it.
So and then what are they? Are they trading these kids?
I don't know.
Meantime, children and teens being trafficked in the Tampa Bay area. They're safer tonight after U.S. Marshals led mission to recover missing children. During a 2-week operation with local law enforcement agencies, they were able to locate 60 missing children.
So that potentially might be 60 families that are missing their kids that probably think their kids might be dead.
How many of these were runaways?
And Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis got to see that operation up close and shares more.
I'm telling you right now, if somebody, when my kid, when Julia or Tyler, when they were 8, 9, 10, whatever these kids' ages are, and they had been human trafficked or ripped off or kidnapped or something like that, and then they were found later on down the road, it would be tough for me not to go kill those people. Like, it would be. Like, I mean, I might take a... it would be tough for me not to, kill them. Just absolutely kill them.
Well, the U.S. Marshals say this is the largest child recovery mission in U.S. history.
Did she just go see Dan and got some lips?
Bringing home...
Hold on, listen to this. Listen to this again. Hold on.
This is the largest child recovery mission in U.S. history.
In U.S. history?
Yeah.
Bringing home critically endangered children. We actually spent a day with the U.S. Marshals and Tampa detectives.
Great work on all the agencies that did this.
Detectives as they were searching for a child 2 weeks ago and got an inside look at this operation.
The number is not just a statistic. It represents a life and a future that was given one more chance.
A chance at a better future for 60 critically missing children ages 9 to 17 recovered from a life of being exploited and trafficked. It's a mission U.S. Marshal William Berger is passionate.
Great job, William Berger and your boys.
About.
Having been a foster parent myself, I've seen some of the environments that these children come from.
Most of the teens are runaways. Over 2 weeks, the U.S. Marshal...
So, Brian, you're right. The majority of them are just kids that ran away, right?
Yeah, and then they get themselves into situations because they don't have a means to survive.
Right, and they get some
they get some bad people around
some
them.
shady dude that says, hey, I'll feed you, but you can't go anywhere, and, you might be
and they prostitute them. And, and this isn't a case of kids getting snatched up for the most part. These are kids that ran away from home.
Law enforcement agencies from across the Tampa Bay area work to locate these children.
And then here's the thing. Let me ask you a question. So if these kids ran away, they obviously were running away from maybe an unhealthy environment or whatever. Now, some kids run away because they're not getting their way. They wanted that Sony PlayStation 5. You told them no. They got lippy with you. You whipped their ass, and then they left. I get it. But does law enforcement, Brian, take it a step further and investigate why they ran away? They may have abusive parents. Like, do they take? I mean, are they just happy to get the kids back with their parents, or do they need to start asking some questions as to why did you run away?
Oh, they're gonna. Yeah, DCF would probably be involved in investigating the situation before reuniting the the family. Right. I think that opens up a case.
They arrested 8 people, mostly on human trafficking charges and interfering with child custody.
What's the common denominator here?
Oh, wow.
I'm not.
One of them was given
I didn't say it. I'm not saying it, but what's the common denominator here besides this guy?
Trafficking charges and interfering with child custody. One of them was given a $250 million bond.
$250 million.
But recovery is just the beginning for these children.
They have a chance. I say that because the recidivism is very, very high. Recovery will take place, and generally 70-80% will return back to that life because they're getting something they're not getting from home.
Those involved in the operation say they will need care, counseling, and attention.
When a child goes missing...
Now, could it be that some of these are problematic kids? I mean, I'm not trying to blame this on the kids, but there are some kids that are just problematic. They don't get their way. They throw a fit. They feel entitled. They're unmanageable. There are some kids that are just strictly unmanageable.
Well, I saw some of the pictures there of the people that were arrested, and I'd love to know more information about the individual cases. Like, is this a case of a child whose father is not supposed to have custody, running away from mom, and then the father is housing that child? And and is then found to be
keeping it from the mother,
and then
find
trafficking?
Right.
Or is this a case where these are strangers that are luring these kids away or picking them up off the streets and then exploiting
strangers that are rolling down Ybor at 2 a.m. and see a 12-year-old roaming the streets and said, "Hey, what's wrong? I ran away. Are you hungry, kid? Yeah, okay, I'll get you something to eat." And then now you are, under the care of this bad person that could be doing bad things to you, sexual, prostitution, what have you.
Missing the whole community.
This, I don't want to say this sounds or looks a lot better than it potentially is, but there's probably some of this stuff that's not nearly as egregious as the title of what they're trying to lead you to believe. And I'm not saying that these people are innocent and these people are good people, but it could be like Brian said. The 12-year-old little boy didn't like living with his mom and ran away to his dad. His dad said, "Yeah, of course you can stay with me," but that's not what the court order says.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with it.
They roll up to the dad's house, Brian. He has a kid. He's taking care of the kid. He's not,
Well, I just don't know. I just want more information.
Next thing you know, the dad's a human trafficker. What's that?
That's not what this case is. This is like an operation of like those 8 individuals were a group. And they
were preying upon kids.
They were luring them in, whether online or finding them on the street.
Where are those details in this story? This is like the worst story ever.
Let's see.
Children are not just our future, they are our present.
Organizations like Baycare and Redefining Refuge were part of the operation to help in those next steps of healing. Redefining Refuge shared several of the young girls rescued were pregnant. One girl was pregnant with her trafficker's child.
See, that's a problem.
Yeah, that's a big problem.
But that's stuff we need to know.
Right. That's what you lead the story out with.
Right. 60 kids, found in a human trafficking scheme, one of which was pregnant from their trafficker. Lead stories, first on Fox. Right, Brian? That's what you lead with.
This operation, they say, helped create a generational change.
To every single person that is sitting in this room, to the officers who knocked on that door, you didn't just give our child a chance. You didn't just protect her. You protected her child. And now
So now is this a mom? Potentially,
she is with an organization that that tries to help these troubled kids.
Okay,
of you, a baby has the
what accent does she got? I kind of like it.
It's a little British something.
Opportunity to be born addiction free. This child was forced to use substances by her trafficker throughout her pregnancy. And so a baby gets to be born addiction free. A baby gets to be born to a mom who's not being sold every day.
And tonight at 10 o'clock.
And if those are the instances we got here, that's really bad. This is a really good story.
No, but that's what you lead with.
Right.
We are going to give you an inside look to the front lines of this investigation. We were with...
What a tease.
Yeah.
There's so much more meat on this bone that I need to chew on.
Team of U.S. Marshals and Tampa detectives as they searched for a 15-year-old child. We're going to show you the heart and the work that went into this operation. For now, reporting in Tampa.
For now. This is another story. Maybe this leads. This was called Operation Dragon Eye, and finding these children. Maybe this gives us some better, Brian, understanding.
So I did find some numbers on it. It appears that about 15 of the kids were trafficked.
Okay.
And then the rest were, quote unquote, critically missing that were either in foster or community care.
Okay. So 15 of the 60 were legitimately trafficked, like in the way you think in a bad way.
Yes.
And of the others they either were runaways from their home or runaways from their foster care.
Yeah, from a community house, like a group home, or from foster care.
Right.
Law enforcement agencies, they were able to locate 60 missing children.
And Fox 13's Genevieve Curtis got to see that operation up close.
That's the same. I think that's the same.
Where they tease it till for 10 o'clock.
Yeah, and then I don't think we have the 10. Brian, is this kind of a misconception where this nut job, this Muslim nut job, won the primary of New York City on the Democratic side, but Eric Allen I think, re-registered as an independent. This guy's not
Eric Adams.
I'm sorry, Eric Adams. Eric Adams. I think Eric Allen was a famous defensive back for the Philadelphia Eagles back in the day.
Yes, sir.
Look it up. He was.
No, you're right.
Nobody can confuse a mayor with a defensive back like me.
The reason why I know Eric Allen was a famous DB for the Eagles is when I was at Q102 in 1990 in Philadelphia, Lummy. We had the Q102 celebrity softball team, and we played a team, and Eric Allen was either a rookie or the first. Like he hadn't been in the league very long, and he was on our team. And man, he was really, 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 really approachable, really cool, and could smash the hell out of a ball, and was a great guy.
And this has been your trip down memory lane, brought to you by Pepperidge Farm.
Thank you. So
Werther's Originals.
Pepperidge Farm remembers.
So the current mayor, Eric Adams, correct?
Yeah, Eric Adams.
Eric Adams. He has re-registered as an independent.
Yeah, he was hopped up on some federal corruption charges, and Trump pardoned him.
Right. So he can't. I don't think you can go Republican in New York. So he's going independent. Now, this guy, that opened up the Democratic primary, of which the former Governor Cuomo entered into. And this guy, this Muslim dude, beat Cuomo and is now the Democratic candidate for the office of mayor, but he still has to go against Eric Adams.
So what is him having to be being a Muslim? Like, do you go this Christian guy, this Jewish guy? Like, what does that have to do with it?
I think that he's done some controversial things in the past under the guise of being a Muslim, potentially. And, I think that, I find it odd that this guy, I don't know. I hope Eric Adams wins because I think this guy's a nut job.
It's weird because he's very critical of Israel, but Bernie Sanders endorsed him.
Yeah. Bernie Sanders has been very critical of Israel's government.
Really?
Yeah.
Bernie Sanders needs to go away.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, he's done. He's 83 years old. I mean,
you were just saying how great he looked the other day for being 83.
He looks great, but I mean, I really am a big believer on there needs to be a certain age that you time out, and you just go on, and you can't be like, man, wasn't it Jesse Helms, or there was one dude from South or North or Virginia or something that I think ended up being a senator until he was like 101 years old.
Strom Thurmond?
Yeah, like so whether it's the Scottish, whether it's the Supreme Court, whether it's a federal judge, whether it's the ability to be the president of the United States, a state senator, or a congressman, there needs to be a hard age like 80 that you can't, you can't. Now, if you turn 80 while you've been reelected, that's fine. But you can't rerun.
So wait, they can run at like 79 and a half and serve until 85 and a half then, because it's 6-year terms.
If they would happen to space it like that, if they're under 80 when the election night happens, they're eligible. Other than that, if you're over 80, 1 minute over 80, you can't. It's done. You at that point you're probably a 10-timer. And
you got to cut off driving for 80-year-olds.
So Chuck Grassley is still serving. He's 92.
Out.
He's pretty spry. He's out of Iowa.
Out.
Mitch McConnell just turned 25. How many years do you think he has left?
Turtles live forever.
So Brian, do you oppose? Do you jive with that at all?
I'm fine with it. With it.
Give me a number.
We have it in the state of Florida for the Supreme Court. I think they age out at 70 or 72 or something like that.
Yeah, and that's working out well. The Supreme Court might be the biggest abuser of it all. They're all older than hell.
No, not anymore. They used to be.
Back when who was that one woman that ended up dying in office, and
Ruth Bader Ginsburg.
And had she listened to Clinton and Obama, and had she just bowed out when the Democratic Party asked her, "Hey, listen, why we got Barack Obama in here, and we can get another Democrat, get out of retire."
Well, McConnell blocked it though. Like there was no way that they would have gotten her in. And they thought they were going to beat Trump in 2016.
They wanted Clinton to.
So they didn't see a problem.
Well,
with
they should have realized that there's a chance that they don't beat Clinton. We need to get her out and get a demo in there.
Well,
now they end up. I mean, now it's what 5-3.
I mean, McConnell's the reason for that.
Is it 5?
Yeah, it's 5-4. It's actually like 6-3.
Anyway, we're going to get into this. The guy that now is the Democratic candidate for the mayor of New York. Now, Brian, are you hearing? Does he have a chance?
Oh, a very good chance. He won the primary.
I know he did, but I
mean,
New
York's a very liberal city.
But are they happy with Eric Adams right now?
No, he's a felon.
So is the president.
Well, birds of a feather.
Want to listen to the show on demand and on the go? Enlist today at BubbaArmyHQ.com. Sign up and start listening. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
What's your feeling on it?
That this guy has a very good chance of winning.
Who's the big donor for
What?
Who's the big
Soros?
donor? Yeah, his son came out against them, so.
Well,
I wonder if Soros is trying to put money in Eric Adams.
No, I was with Bubba and Bernie yesterday that take the fucking money out of politics, man. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, no, for real. Take it out.
Don't allow senators and congressmen and presidents to trade. You got to divest yourself of your stocks or put them into a holding thing.
Yeah.
You can't make, somebody's got to manage it independently. Like
take away this soft pack bullshit.
They just put it into like an indexed fund, whatever their shares are, and then they get to repurchase their shit when they're done.
But take it out, because it's gotten to be such a fuckery.
Yep. But the problem is they're all in it for the fuckery.
I love Joe Rogan's response to him, but Bernie really didn't have a response back to that.
No, his response back was both sides. He said both sides. He's like, I'm talking about it on both sides. The money needs to get out of politics. That was the right response.
So we're gonna do the mayor, and then we're gonna get into our headline, which is that they've dropped some charges against P. Diddy.
P. Diddy, yeah.
And I think that they've just dropped the ones that they think they're going to potentially lose. Well, we're going to ask Brian from a legal perspective why they would do that.
What's up, Thomas? If you've ever wanted a customized Blizzard mystery box, we're the podcast for you.
Yeah, listen today. Subscribe and listen live.
Or listen on the podcast later so I can get credit for
that
it.
Too, yeah.
Oh, man. Man, the Jazz had a good draft last night.
Yeah?
Yeah, they took Ace Bailey at 5.
That's pretty good that he fell that far.
Well, he didn't want to go there.
Oh, he didn't want to go to
Utah? You should
Utah?
see the videos of him.
He wanted to go to... He didn't even visit those teams, right?
He declined workout with Utah.
I heard about that. That he wanted to go to Brooklyn.
It was Brooklyn, Washington...
I don't think the Pacers even had a first rounder, did they? Because they gave away 54 of them for that to Toronto. For
I don't know. They do have the second pick in the second round tonight.
You were correct though. No draft pick in the first round for the Pacers.
Yeah, they gave 101 for.
They have the 38th pick overall.
There's nobody good left.
Some good players left.
They need to get rid of fucking Miles Turner. He sucks.
Irvin Fletcher, $5.
He's a free agent.
I mean, the fucking NBA draft is crazy, though. So, of the players that were drafted, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of them, a third of the first round picks were immediately traded after they were picked.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it's really, really weird how they do it because they make the trade, but then they, like Phoenix and Houston made a trade. Or somebody made another trade, and then they put a Houston. Yeah, it was from the Kevin Durant deal, and they put a Houston hat on the kid, but it was the Suns' pick.
That's so weird.
I didn't know why they were doing that.
Yeah.
And then there was somebody that was named
Maybe because the trades haven't been finalized.
That's all that it could be.
Yeah. It's because the trades still have to be finalized. It would be my guess.
I'm looking at PayPal.
Nobody wants any songs today. That's interesting.
And the Grizzlies drafted a guy named Cedric Coward, and the lady just said, and the Grizzlies just drafted Colin Cowherd. Seriously.
Who's
For real?
covering that?
On ESPN.
Like one of the analysts or the lady announcing?
The lady that on ESPN that was hosting. She's like, they just drafted.
Shit, man. I just can't stand it. Like, you couldn't put in the work. He went number 11. It's not like he was an unknown entity.
Who?
Cedric Coward. She called him Colin Cowherd.
The only drafting people were freaking out about is Portland took a Chinese man that they said's the next Jokic, but nobody thought he was going to get picked until the second round.
Oh, yeah, the 7-foot guy?
Yeah, he was like all the way up.
Yeah, he was like the 35th, and then they traded him to Portland, right?
He was sitting with fans.
Yeah.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito Studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Let me remind me today, after the show, I got to call Gus from Emerald City Harley and promote their big bike ride. I'm going to have Gus on the air tomorrow to promote their charity ride they got going. I think Shannon Burke's doing his show live on Florida Man Radio this afternoon from Emerald City Harley up there.
Oh, great.
So we'll have Gus on tomorrow to promote the ride. I wish I could make it up there, but I can't. But I can certainly have Gus on to promote. We'll do that tomorrow.
You can't make it up there?
Nope. I got just so much with my other situation. Well, just
jam-packed.
Jam-packed.
You have no idea.
You have no idea. I'm jam-packed with stuff I can't talk about. Here's the guy. What's this guy's name?
The candidate?
Greg from Canada, $20. Did you pick it up?
Zahran Madamnan.
Zahran Madamnan.
Let me just had a stroke.
This is the dude that won the Democratic primary to go against Eric Adams.
A lot of people think he is the actual mayor right now, which is not the case.
No, and he's celebrating like he is, but he still has. Will it be Brian? Will it be in November, the general election?
I don't know when they run the mayoral elections in New York City.
But you're about to.
Yep.
Hello.
Hold on, but it's not who will I'll be. Now, what is he talking? Muslim?
That's the language, Muslim.
Arabic? What's the language that Muslim people speak?
I don't know. He was born in Uganda, lived briefly in South Africa, came to the United States. I don't know what he's saying. Maybe Arabic there.
Okay.
But I don't know.
But it's not who I'm going to have to tell you what he's saying because they give you the closed captioning.
I think people speak Arabic that listen.
Oh, you do?
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Are we number one?
Big time number one.
But it's not who I'll be. But what I will do for communities and every other New Yorker. I'm going to make this city affordable. More entitlements. New Yorkers are struggling to afford food, clothing, and shelter, and I'm fighting to change that. What, more free money for homeless people? Rent freeze. Rent free. Okay, he's going to do a rent freeze. Brian, how can you tell landlords and people that own, commercial and or residential properties in New York that they have to freeze their rent?
I don't know if it's allowed or if it's for subsidized housing or special units are classified a certain way and they get certain advantages for that. I don't know. I'm not an expert on New York law or living there.
Rent freeze. He's going to freeze the rent and he's going to give free buses.
Free buses, universal child care, or sasti groceries.
Free universal child care and cheaper groceries.
He's going to have a state or city-owned grocery stores.
But I
must ask you. Have you ever voted before?
Because I think that New Yorkers, more than they hate a politician they disagree with, they hate a politician they can't trust.
On the subject of trust, you've adopted different speaking accents in different scenarios.
But they go to their local bodega.
Is there one that's real and one that's affected?
What I would say is, as any immigrant knows, having been born in Kampala, Uganda, and then raised in South Africa and moving here when I'm 7 years old, is there are different parts of my life.
A worldwide tour is a worldwide tour is a worldwide tour.
Mamdani was talking about a worldwide press tour back when he was a rapper.
Bring the flavor to the fish, bring the flavor to the rice.
Yeah, he's a former rapper. Bring the fellow to the fish and the fellow to the rice.
It's the flavor, buddy.
In a Disney movie directed by his mother.
Nepotism and hard work goes a long way. Here in New York City, this is how I speak, this is how I am.
Do you believe in the First Amendment, Tom
Holman? This was one of his rap videos, and we played this yesterday.
Looks like it's about his grandma.
Yeah, I think it's about his grandma. My grandma likes to flip off the camera.
Grandma's cool, like JD Vance.
Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny. It's a rap. Get the grass, spin the rack on your nanny. Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny.
This might be the mayor of New York.
Oh boy.
Go ahead, make a rap for your nanny. It's a rap.
Make a rap for your nanny.
Spin the rack on your nanny. Come through, give a dab to your nanny. If you really feeling good, spin a track for your nanny.
I miss the days when our politicians would just get into fights with Vince McMahon.
That's one story from the fine gentleman. What's his name? Zohran
Mamdani.
Zohran Mamdani. Surprise
Mamdani.
New York mayoral primary victory came from these neighborhoods and a far broader coalition than expected. They break out where, the particular results. And my God, look at Manhattan, which is supposed to be isn't Brian Manhattan kind of the she, upper crust, central, that's where Central Park is.
It's a melting pot there in New York City. But
My God.
Manhattan's typically a little bit more, especially that South Part. That's where Wall Street is. So that's why that's a little more
and
blue.
So look at this. Well, no, like right here. I mean, is he red? Yeah, he's red. I mean, this is Wall Street.
that little strip there, is
right
probably
here?
Wall Street, yeah.
All right, and then look at. I mean, this is the. To me, it looks like there's more blue on this.
Well, land doesn't vote, Bubba, as we all know. People tend to vote, so I don't think the space of the blue matters as much as the population density.
The density.
Yeah.
It looks like he beat Cuomo 432,000 to 361,000.
Yep.
Wow, if you're the former governor Andrew Cuomo, and you're getting your ass kicked, I mean, you got your ass kicked. 43-36, Brian, by political standards, that's an ass kicking.
Yeah, that's a rap battle win for Mamdani.
So, this guy now is the Democratic candidate to go against Eric Adams.
Yeah, Eric Allen's. He said he was thinking about running, but he decided not
Eric
to.
Adams, who has enough problems of his own, and I think the runoff. Let me look and see if the runoff indeed is in the first Tuesday of November.
Will do.
We have won.
November 4th, Bubba.
We have won from Harlem to Bay Ridge.
Man, New York is so messed up.
We have won from Jackson Heights to Port Richmond.
Port Richie? What?
Right.
We have won.
I didn't know your mother-in-law was voting.
From Maspeth to Chinatown.
Don't get it all rung in yet. You ain't run. You got still another election.
We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford.
I mean, that seems to be the template. So let's run the prices all up on New York. It's probably one of the most expensive places to live in our country.
That's why he wants to do
and so
a freeze on rent.
Right. So let's run it up. It's the most expensive place in probably maybe San Francisco might be more, but it's probably top 3 or 4 most expensive places to live in our country. Let's run it up. Food, rent, shelter, everything. And then let me come in and tell you that the government of the city of New York is going to give you we have free grocery stores, free child care, free bus rides, free.
He wants to get $30 minimum wage.
$30 minimum wage.
City where
to me it sounds like that's way more government than I need.
They can do more than just struggle. One where those who toil in the night can enjoy the fruits of their labor in the day.
Who wrote that for him?
Where hard work is repaid with a stable life. Where 8 hours on the factory floor or behind the wheel of a cab is enough to pay the mortgage.
You better roll this thing back to 1988, buddy.
80.
I mean, you better get back to the early 90s immediately before the .com gimmick bursted.
It's enough to keep the lights on. It is enough to send...
Because I think everybody in our country is struggling with this.
...your kid to school.
So just so you to add a little context to this, the rent freeze applies to New York stabilized rent apartments that I guess are somewhat subsidized by the city anyways. And under Eric Adams, the last 3 years, those rents have gone up 9%. So what he is saying is we're not going to go up on those rents while I'm mayor. We're gonna freeze those prices at where they're at right now.
I have no problem with that.
Okay, well, I'm just saying that's the rent freeze that he's talking about.
I do have a problem with mandating $30 minimum wage, free bus rides, free grocery stores. To me, it sounds like that's way too much government in my life.
You don't think bus rides? You think that's a big deal, and people should have to pay to ride a bus to get to work or whatever, like that, public transportation?
I think that really, if we're not getting some type of return on how much fuel and upkeep it takes to keep that bus on the road, that's a huge bottom.
Well, New Yorkers pay a lot in
taxes.
Leaders. New Yorkers pay a lot in taxes, and if I'm a New Yorker and if I'm getting something for those taxes, that would be better than not. And I mean, a free bus ride, I don't think is the worst of his
maybe we
policies.
Should have housed immigrants at $500 a night.
Yeah.
In the Roosevelt Hotel. Maybe we shouldn't have been a sanctuary city. And maybe let's unwind this a little bit and find out where the root of these problems came from.
Yeah.
Where rent-stabilized apartments are actually stabilized. Where buses are fast and free. Where
sounds like a bunch of broke people voted for him. It sounds like everybody in New York, except for those on a very small minority, are broke.
Well, when everybody's broke, then the candidate that's speaking to them is going to win, right?
You're right. No, you're right, bud. You're right.
Child care doesn't cost more than CUNY.
What's CUNY?
And where public safety keeps us truly safe. And it's where the mayor will use their power to reject Donald Trump's fascism. To stop.
I don't know that the mayor of New York really has a lot to do with Donald Trump.
Yeah, but it gets people riled up.
No,
man.
I know. I understand.
Mass ICE agents from deporting our neighbors. And to govern our city as a model for the Democratic Party. A party where we fight for working people with no apology. A life of dignity.
Great speaker. I'll give him that. Great speaker.
Well, it's from all that rapping.
Should not be reserved for a fortunate few. It should be one that city government guarantees for each and every New Yorker.
Here's I think more footage.
We have won because New Yorkers have stood up for a city they can afford.
This is the same thing.
Is it?
Yeah.
A city where they can do more than just struggle.
No, I think this is a
One where
little bit different.
those who toil in the night
Yes.
can enjoy the fruits of their labor
Yeah, you're right.
in the day.
You popped on that.
You're right. You're right. So a lot of people are getting excited, and I think that this is really procedurally, it's a more of a procedural move than anything. And of course, Brian's a lawyer, so he can help me. But we'll do some break. We'll do a break. Let me, so we're not so far behind. But we'll come back with, prosecutors are dropping, I think I think there's 5 total charges on P. Diddy, and I think they're dropping 2. They're dropping the kidnapping and the kidnapping / racketeering and the arson. And maybe they don't want it to be a distraction because that's their weakest links in this case, and they don't want the jury to get down that path. And they want to laser lock the jury on what they feel they got this guy dead to rights on. So I'm assuming, Brian, that's probably their reasoning.
Yeah. They want to cut down the jury verdict instructions and make it less confusing.
Exactly, and really concentrate on what they feel the strength of their case is. So a couple charges. I mean, is this a victory for P. Diddy, or is this a push at best? Because he was probably going to beat those charges anyway. So if they're not on the jury verdict form, then it doesn't matter.
It could be a victory in the sense that if the jurors were expecting there to be charges because you presented all this evidence and now it's not there, that could cut against them.
Right.
Like, wait, why did I just listen to all this stuff about trafficking and kidnapping and all these accusations, and now I'm not even asked to rule on that?
Yeah.
So it could cut both ways for them. It could help, but it could also hurt.
We'll get into that next.
If you liked that segment, then you'll definitely like the new redesigned BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back to the Bubba the Love Sponge show after this.
No, it's better though. I was tired of my lady. We've been together too long. Like a worn out recording of a favorite song. So while she lay there sleeping, I read the paper in bed. And in the personal columns, there was this letter I read. Take it, Seth.
Do you like pina coladas?
Yeah.
Getting caught in the rain?
Yeah, buddy. If you're not into yoga, if you have half a brain, if you like making love at midnight in the dunes on
I gotta be your partner because Seth is on boycott right now.
then I'm in love that you looked for, right to meet and escape.
Oh, but Shannon said, he's not there today.
Who?
Shannon said he's there tomorrow. He's not there today.
People loved you singing, Bubba. Bubba will start singing songs for $20 a copy during hot mics too.
Bubba's 50.
Bubba's rate is 50.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, you always got to put him up a little bit.
Please, I'm Mr. ASCAP. I know this much is
Band-Aid.
ballet.
Mm-hmm. I bet you nobody knew that in here.
I absolutely knew that.
No, I said except for you.
I didn't hear the except for you part. Sorry. You didn't know Spandau Ballet? Do you know, Bubba, who sang Too Shy?
What up, Man Crusher?
Too shy to shy, hush, hush, eye to eye. Come on, Bubba, who was it?
DeBarge?
No, Kaja Gugu.
Who sang Set Adrift on Memory Bliss?
So who's the what?
Da-da-da, da-da-da.
What's up, radio?
I set adrift on Memory Bliss.
What's up, DJ Brown?
Christopher Cross? I don't know.
No, PM Dawn.
Ah. Who's saying she blinded me with science?
What?
It's poetry in motion. She turned her tender eyes to me, as deep as any ocean, as sweet as any harmony. She blinded me with science. Do, do, do. Come on, guys. Nobody knows that one?
I know the song.
Thomas Dolby, man.
Erwin Fletcher. Can't remember.
Thomas Dolby.
Radio.
Welcome to your life. There's no turning back. Even while we scream, we will find you acting on your best behavior. Turn your back on Mother Nature. Everybody wants to rule the world. Who is that, Bubba? That's a gimme.
Tears for fucking Fears.
That's right. Can you name another Tears for Fears song?
I can. The one from Donnie Darko.
Shout, shout, let it all out.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabedo studios.
Aquabedo.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Lummy, I stand corrected. Shannon does his show live, I think, from Emerald City. Harley Davidson. The owner is named Gus. Love him. Great dude. He does that tomorrow. I keep thinking, it feels like a Friday to me.
It does.
Oh, well, if it's tomorrow, can you make it?
No, I can't.
Oh.
I got plans, but I'm gonna have Gus on tomorrow, and I think this big time social influencer,
Yes.
Justin Nunley. He has organized this ride, and I'm like, well, who's Justin Nunley? I didn't know who
He's
Justin.
very big.
And he is huge.
Yes, he is. He does reaction videos.
What does that mean? Like, what's reaction videos mean?
He kind of puts like a little clip up of like a rival video, and then kind of like either says something or does something funny.
I know
with
that
it.
he's got. I know he's got 3.8 million on Instagram. He's got 430,000 on YouTube. He's got 702,000 on Facebook. So those are some pretty impressive numbers, whatever the hell Jason Nunley's doing.
Justin.
Now.
And Danger is his middle name, by the way.
Justin Danger Nunley.
He loves NASCAR. I can tell you that.
Well, great.
He loves racing.
Well, he should be. I should do some stuff with him.
Yeah.
I mean, Seth, I should probably have this guy on.
Yes, you should.
He's way bigger than me. He makes me look like a pissant.
Did you hear, Bubba, that NASCAR is thinking about changing the direction they go around the tracks?
Would you just shut up?
Because they want to be more right-leaning.
Where's it at? I got it. I got it around here somewhere.
The Q Morning Zoo on Q105. The Z Morning Zoo on Z100.
Rumble's hot right now.
They're full hot on the deal.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway, I think Gus and Justin Danger Nunley will be on the air with us tomorrow, promoting this charity ride they're doing with Emerald City. Harley Davidson, Shannon Burke will be doing a show live on Florida Man Radio. I was invited. I just couldn't move my stuff around to get there. But supposedly Justin is a fan or is familiar with what I do. So I think, we should do something with the guy.
Yeah, 100%.
Hello, and we'll have Gus and Justin on tomorrow. Hello.
Yeah, Yeah, this is Brian from Cincinnati.
Hey, Brian, how
What's
you doing?
happening?
Good, buddy.
Not too bad. Hey, so I got home Monday and I tried to get one of those knives and I didn't get it, man. But it's okay. I was just curious when you're going to get the next batch in.
The next batch will be here in a month. She already she already ordered them. She already ordered them. And so they'll be here in a month.
Why don't you pre-sell them right now, Bubba? Why make people wait? Just you know how many you have.
Well,
set that up in the store. Move it on.
It's just I hate to take somebody's money. I only pre-sell the shoes.
But they want you to take their money. This guy would pre-buy it now, so he knows he has it locked in.
Lummy,
You're right, Brian.
Thank you. I'm always am, sir, but I'm very rarely.
I wonder if the merch.
Brian,
listen to me. I wonder if the merch crick who's listening right now. See, but you're at work and you don't have the ability to go to the website, do you?
Yeah, I can. I'm on my phone right now.
Yeah.
That's how I listen to you. I'm waiting for your app to go through. When's the app going through?
Yeah, but
2 weeks.
2 weeks. So listen, what I'm trying to tell you is, I think Merch Crick held back like 15 or 20 of these knives for my friends and family, and she might be able to put put like 3 or 4 up right now. If you jump on there right now and get it, I might be able to do that. And I know
That'd be great. I really appreciate it.
Lummy, is she listening to the show? I think she's out there packing and shipping right now. Could you go out there, Lummy, and physically talk? Stay here, Cincinnati, Lummy, and just say, hey, listen, could you put like 4 knives up right now, and so that we can get this guy to get one? I want to make sure that she can do it before I tell this guy to do it.
Oh, this guy's gonna get screwed over.
Sir, get on there right now and click on the knife.
Hold on, give me 1 second.
Click on the knife section and put quantity 1. Right now I think it's sold out, right? You can't do it.
We're only doing BOGO for the next 30 minutes, people.
No, we're not doing any BOGO at all, Brian. Whatever the hell your name is over there.
Yeah,
Bitch boy.
It's sold out.
Hold on. Let me work my magic here, sir.
Merch Crick isn't that fast.
Let me work my magic, okay? Hold on now here.
Hey, babyface! I got the same birthday as you, and I'm Brian too.
Wow, that's crazy.
You guys
Did you
should
spell
dock.
with an I or a Y?
With an I.
Okay, that's good.
And also, my last name's Rose, so I'm a natural born Cupid.
Look at you, Brian Rose, born on Valentine's Day.
Now we're gonna see what Lummy comes back with. Right now it's still sold out. I'm trying to get this guy. I know I got like 10. We've held back 10 or so, but this guy is driving me absolutely insane, and he wants one of these knives more than anything humanly possible.
Sir, you stand by and listen, and then call us back to tell us if you got it.
No, hold on, sir. Just hold on. I'm going to keep you on the phone. I'm waiting for Lummy. Lummy's talking to the Merch Crick right now. She's probably making that adjustment on the back end of the website. And I'm continuing.
He's walking to his mic.
Welcome to Tradio, sir. What are you selling?
Shut up, Brian. Okay, we're trying to help a guy from Cincinnati.
She's doing 3 right now. She's on a conference call. So
what? So she can't do it?
She's doing it. She's doing it right now.
All right, hold on,
She's
sir.
running to her computer right now. She's gonna have 3 listed.
She's for those paying attention. She's walking slowly, Lummy, because she doesn't want to hurt herself.
Shut up. God damn, Brian. The irritation factor today is just like, we might be talking today at 2 o'clock.
I carried her to her computer.
All right, so listen, sir, they're not sold out right now. Go get one right now. Go click on, they're not sold out. Right, go, but there's probably other people.
But they're on a delay. Hurry, sir.
I got it.
Now cash out. You got to cash out.
Add it to your cart. Did you add it to your cart?
Hold on. Let's go to my cart here.
Oh, boy.
Oh no!
Someone's already.
Sir, you gotta purchase it, or it's gonna be gone.
Shut up, Brian. We're trying to walk this guy through it. Did you add it to your cart?
Hold on. Let me refresh.
They're already sold out. Did you?
I'll just wait.
Hold on, sir. Sir, when I told you to add it to your cart, it was available.
I did. I kept hitting the button, but it's not showing up.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man.
Cart is empty. See?
In unrelated news, I now have 4 knives coming to my house.
I'm about to list my eBay. Oh boy. boy.
Sir, PayPal is $50 and we'll just send it to your house.
No. Let me tell you what, sir. You're driving me so insane. Let me take this guy's information. Just take his information, and I'm going to send him one.
You can have my knife, sir.
Yeah,
From one Brian to another.
Yeah, so the poor guy tried.
Oh, you're great.
He tried so hard. I'm just going to send him one. He tried. But, sir, I had it all set up for you. All you had to do was add it to your cart. There was a 30-second window where they weren't sold out.
I kept hitting it. I saw it.
With that goddamn Android of yours, that Mint Mobile, Cricket Wireless. Jesus Christ.
Sir, would you like me to autograph the box it comes in? Because I will do that for you.
Sir, I'm going to put.
Autograph it, babyface.
No,
for me.
he's not.
I will.
He's not
Absolutely
he's
will,
not
sir.
touching your knife. He's really irritating me today. We'll be having a call later today, threatening to remove him from the show forever. He'll tell me he does not care, and then I'll beg for him to come back.
Sounds like we just had the call.
That's how it goes. And then I'll have Tom Bean call and tell him, man, come on, Brian. Bubba's just kidding. You know how Brian gets. Yeah, Bubba gets. Hold on. So listen, sir. I'm going to put you on hold. I'm going to get your information, and I'm going to get your goddamn knife to you, okay? Hold on. Let me get his information.
Okay.
It's Brian from Cincinnati. Just put it in the mail. They'll know it. Brian Rose.
That's how it goes, Brian.
That was fun. That was a fun trip.
I'm going to call Brian at 2 o'clock, rip him a new ass, tell him it's unacceptable. He's going to say, fine, I won't come back. Whatever. I don't need this crap. And then I'll say, I'm so sorry. I was just kidding. Can you just lighten up a little bit, buddy?
And then I do lighten up, though.
And then he lightens up for a week, for 1 week. And then just starts laying the boots to me.
It's like the ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
It really is.
It's very tenuous.
I tried to send a bunker buster, and there's conflicting reports as to whether it worked or not. And I don't know. Whew. This guy from Cincinnati is wearing me out. So, Lummy, you know what? 3 or 4 people I think she added 4. So 4 people jumped in, stole his from him.
We knew that was going to happen.
A bunch of heathens. Just cost me a promo knife on this guy. All right, so here's the P. Diddy stuff. I don't think that this matters, to be honest with you.
Some breaking celebrity dish news. Prosecutors have dropped some charges against Diddy. Joining us now is TMZ executive producer Harvey Levin with the latest late-breaking details. Harvey, I can't get through your story here fast enough. What's the latest?
Now, Brian, isn't Harvey a lawyer? I think he's a lawyer.
Yeah, he definitely was at one point. I don't know if he's still practicing.
He probably doesn't still practice. But.
Yeah.
Okay, it's a little bit confusing, Marissa, but let me explain. The prosecution sent a letter to the judge saying they want to. The judge had asked prosecutors and defense to streamline.
Because today, Brian, was where they worked on verdict forms.
Yeah, which this actually, for the most part, should have been done well in advance.
Right.
So it should just be coming to an agreement on what it looks like.
So as they were working on verdict forms, the prosecution was probably like, man, you know what, this is a little... We could streamline this because, I don't know how much we really got them hemmed up on these 2 particular deals. So let's not let's just streamline it.
The proposed jury instructions. The prosecution.
Brian, I've not been part of jury instructions. I've been part of voir dire. I've been part of being a witness. I've been a defendant. I've never been a plaintiff. I've been in the witness box. I've been deposed. I've been through all the processes of the legal system, but I've never been in the room where both sides sit down and come up with the jury form. Does that get heated?
It really shouldn't.
Is there any decorum or because that really determines how the questions are formed, and it can make or break your case.
So there's typically approved forms on what the language should be. So it's really just a matter, for the most part, unless there's special circumstances.
Like, have
in a
you
case.
ever been in one where you're developing? You're obviously in court and you're trying to case. I think you were actually part of my. I think you were part of my process. And does it ever get where you're we are not, does it get heated?
Oh
ever?
Yeah, it can.
Can it get heated?
If people are trying to get pull fast ones, you got to push back. For the most part, the judges are going to go with the standard form instructions, whatever they are.
Does it ever get to the point where you come to an impasse and you got to get your honor involved?
Yeah, and they don't like that. They're like, figure this stuff out on your own, guys.
Right. Like when I was in federal court, I'm not going to really get too specific about this, but we were with a magistrate and we're trying to hammer it out. And the judge sent word to the magistrate that he, quote unquote, he didn't like this case. And he would suggest that both parties try to work this out because he didn't particularly like it. And both sides probably won't like he kind of sent word to work it out.
Yeah, I'm gonna make this difficult on both sides.
Right. He said that, both of you guys probably won't like, the outcome. And so people don't realize that judges have the power to do that, and they do that at times. And so when you're developing your jury verdict form, and you have to go to the judge to settle it, that pisses him off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Usually.
They're not happy about it. That's stuff they don't want to be dealing with. That's stuff that the sides should, for the most part.
But sometimes you hear it and you're like, man, that sounds so one-sided. How did the other side let that in? How did they let the wording go in like that? And again, what people have to realize is when you're reading these charges and how they're read and how the jury interprets them and how the jury rules on them are formed by both sides.
But I imagine in the criminal aspect of it, in the federal criminal aspect, that there is very specific instructions that go with each particular charge.
Right.
And then, so what was happening here in the Diddy case, and we'll let Harvey Levin, whatever his name is, expound on it, but they were just trying to streamline it to make it less cumbersome for the jury.
Right.
Because otherwise the instructions might be 4 hours long.
Prosecution is saying, okay, so let's eliminate attempted kidnapping, attempted arson, and aiding and abetting sex trafficking.
Which that third one seems like a pretty big one to give up. Seems like that's a lot of what this case is about.
Well, there may be lesser included charges, or they may be lesser charges that they were going to have instructions on. They still may have
heard that they were
actual arson, actual kidnapping, that sort of thing.
So now the question, what does that mean? We know the arson relates to Diddy allegedly blowing up Kid Cudi's car.
And, we saw, as consumers or the media, we saw, they actually had video of Kid Cudi's car getting blown up.
Yeah, but I don't think they had the proof that it was Diddy that did it.
Okay.
I think it was very circumstantial.
Okay, all right.
It was
in
weak.
a fit of jealousy, the fact that...
So just having it blown up doesn't mean P. Diddy necessarily, they can't necessarily tie it to him.
Right.
Kid Cudi had dated Cassie. So it would seem that they're saying we're just not going to pursue that when it comes to giving the jury instructions, because the jury never directly tied Diddy to the actual arson of the car. Now, they do mention the word attempted, so I suppose you can make the argument that they're going to not say he attempted it, he actually did it. But that doesn't make sense, because all they said in the testimony was that they believe he did it. Mm-hmm. And it went on fire, so it was done. So it seems like they're eliminating that. And similarly, when it comes to kidnapping, you may remember that there was testimony by Capricorn Clark, Diddy's assistant, saying that Diddy suspected her of stealing jewelry. They took her, put her in a warehouse, and gave her lie detector tests, and putting her in that warehouse was kidnapping. It seems they're not going to pursue that. And there was a second one involving this alleged victim, Jane. So it seems they're taking certain things off the table, but I got to be honest with you, the letter's a little bit confusing, but it definitely seems the prosecution is pulling back on what they are going to argue to the jury in closing argument.
So does that leave 2 charges left? Because to me it sounded like he laid out 3 that they're pulling back and leaves 2.
Or don't they have them on RICO too? Or?
Yeah.
I mean, there's still a lot.
And when it comes to the aiding and abetting with the sex trafficking, that charge is still there, but they're pulling back on even some of those details.
And my guess is what they're pulling back on are things like Diddy's assistant booking a hotel room. I mean, That's booking a hotel room. Trivago is not sex trafficking. and
Who the hell is using
just booking
Trivago?
a hotel room.
No, but Harvey Levin
is not really evidence of sex trafficking. So I'm guessing it's things like that they might be pulling back on.
It definitely appears as if the prosecution have found some weak spots in their case, potentially, and that's why they're giving the jury those as
the media can report it like that, and that could get back to the jury that this is a show of weakness on behalf of the prosecution.
Instructions, rather, before making their closing arguments. Thank you so much, Harvey. I know this was breaking news that you all have provided us with, and we'll certainly stay in the know as we continue to cover the outcome.
Here's was it Abrams? Is it Lee Abrams? Is that his name? I forget what his name is. Yeah.
Dan Abrams?
Dan Abrams. Yeah, Dan. I think he kind of gives his spin on the deal.
Lee Abrams was a placeholder for the 1963 Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, thanks.
A lot of people don't know that.
Long snapper, I think.
Do you think the prosecution proved its case?
Remember, there are different charges here, right? There's racketeering charges, there's sex trafficking charges, and there's a charge of transportation for the purposes of engaging in prostitution. Why am I pointing that out? Because the last charge is...
I think Abrams might break it down better, Brian. It seems like he's kind of...
Definitely the strongest one, meaning the one that is probably the easiest for the prosecution to prove. Why? Because all they need is the jury to believe one of the prostitutes who testified saying, I was paid to engage in prostitution and was brought across state lines to do it. In that case, I think that they...
Now, see, Brian... Why is that not just I paid a hooker to go from Jersey to New York and have sex with me and Cassie? Why does that have to be human trafficking? Why can't it just be good old hooking? I mean, like, you notice, like, to me, that just seems like, you didn't go to this woman's house, beat her door down, handcuff her, throw in the back of the SUV, take her to the hotel, across state lines, make her have sex with Cassie and P. Diddy, then throw, like...
Well, that's they're talking about transportation to engage in prostitution with that, right?
I know, but, like, that's what it should be, not human trafficking.
Yeah.
Like, I think we've everything now that just used to be straight hooking is now potentially a human trafficking charge.
Yeah.
That seems to be the way, like, from Grady Judd to the local officials to now on the national level with P. Diddy. Okay, my chauffeur drove my SUV from New York to New Jersey. Okay, now we're across state lines. He picked up a woman that willfully agreed to have sex with me and Cassie for X amount of dollars and then be returned. That to me is hooking. That's not sex trafficking's breaking down her door, handcuffing her, blindfolding her, taking her to an undisclosed location, doing bad things to her, and not compensating her. It seems like.
So do you think hooking should be legal?
Yeah, it's the oldest profession known to man.
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with two consensual adults that if the woman says, hey, you want to blast me, it's $200. The guy goes, no problem.
Do you think it should be like regulated and, with testing and things like that?
No.
No, so you're fine with just hooking, spreading diseases. No big deal.
No, I think
married men coming home, giving their wife the clap.
I think it's the responsibility of the parties involved to be obviously if you're going to go with a hooker.
So you think the industry is going to kind of regulate itself?
No, but the industry,
the porno industry does.
Hold on, but the industry has changed from just hooking to now it's human trafficking.
Well, no, that's the terminology has changed. Yeah, but the industry.
It's still hooking.
At its heart is
hooking.
Just pure old-fashioned hooking.
Right. It's and if I was P. Diddy's defense, I'm like, listen, you know what? We engaged in prostitution. We haven't human trafficked anybody. Nobody did anything against their will. Everybody willfully participated. She was paid. We paid her. Yes, we're guilty of prostitution.
They've got a pretty strong case. When it comes to the other two sets, it's close. Mm-hmm. It's going to be very close. Again, I think the RICO, the racketeering, going to be the hardest. Sex trafficking next. and this one the most likely of a conviction.
Combs did not testify, but the defense not putting on any witnesses at all. What did you make of that?
You know, that tells me that the defense believes that there is enough reasonable doubt that they do not need to put on additional witnesses. Because remember, any additional witnesses also opens them up to additional cross-examination.
Brian, there was no chance P. Diddy took the stand, right? I mean, he would get crushed under cross.
No.
There may be information that you do not want them to get into, or it just may not be beneficial.
By the way, in all my cases, I've never not taken the stand. I always take the stand.
4-0 for your case.
4-0, buddy.
Less is more sometimes, especially with these type of sprawling charges.
And now it's time for the closing arguments. But what does each side need to do? Sean, I'm going to start with you.
Now, Brian, does it still procedurally go? And I think this is the way I started talking about it yesterday, and I think I end up being right. And I don't know why, and I want you to explain to me why. I think it goes prosecution and closing arguments, prosecution, defense, and then a prosecution gets a little bit of a rebuttal. Is that true?
Yes, because it's the party that has the burden of proof. So in the criminal case, it's the prosecution. In a civil matter, it's the plaintiff. So that's the party that gets they have to reserve. Well, they get the same amount of time. So typically, the judge will allocate a period of time.
So let's say the judge says, "Okay, everybody gets an hour."
So then, what the prosecution would do in that scenario is use maybe 45 minutes for their closing,
so it's not,
and then reserve. Then they would say, "Your Honor, I'm going to reserve the rest of my time for rebuttal."
So if the judge said everybody gets an hour, that's an hour of total time. That means they don't get an hour for their first and an hour for the third. They get an hour total.
Correct.
So they can break it up, 45, 15, 50, 10. It's the same amount of time. It's just broken up a couple different ways. Now, have you ever seen a trial where the prosecution didn't have to go back? They're like, no, we
they're always going to get the last word.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you always want to have that last word. That's the advantage, and it's because ultimately they have the burden.
Even if it's just a couple minutes.
Yeah.
Just to hit the high spots
just to,
and say,
again, remind them. You don't want the last thing to hear to be the defense.
Right, true.
Take the prosecution for us. What do they need to do in the closing arguments?
So the prosecution really needs to shore up.
You got to understand, I've always been on the defense. I never got two shots at it. I always had just one.
Cases and connect the dots for the jury. When we're talking about this RICO charge, they have to be very clear about who they believe was a part of this conspiracy and the acts that they took to further the conspiracy, along with the underlying predicate crimes. They've done a great job with the transportation for prostitution because that's very clear. We see the bank records, we've seen them testify, we've seen the money move, and we know why.
So again, transportation for prostitution seems like it's been couched into human trafficking.
No, they're two separate charges.
Oh, okay. All
transportation across, that's what they're saying is they have him dead to rights on the transportation for prostitution charge.
Okay.
There's credible testimony from multiple parties,
including the prostitute
and his driver, that he sent people to pick up from New Jersey, brought them into New York or whatever it may be for the purpose of prostitution.
Those seems like those wouldn't be that big of a charge.
I imagine it's not. I mean, I don't know what it is federally, how stiff it is, but you get them guilty on one thing, you start checking boxes as a jury, right? And so maybe it leads them to believe the state's case. Well, they proved that, and now
the racketeering deal must be true.
Yeah, it's part of it. It definitely strengthens their case to get something.
There. For the trafficking, that's going to be very hard, but what they have to do is hone in on the idea that these are not acts they would have done but for the force. In the case of Cassie, we know that she was being physically abused, and in the case of Jane, the idea that he was paying her rent and holding that over her head is why she chose to engage in those acts.
Okay, so that's the prosecution.
Yes.
What about the defense, Dan?
Consent and reasonable doubt. Right, that the two key witnesses here were in long-term relationships with him, that they could have left, that they continued to engage with him. That's number one. And number two is going to be the legal standard, right? Is going to be saying, look, they have to prove the case beyond a reasonable doubt. Look at the technical definitions of these charges. That's not domestic violence. We're talking about racketeering here. We're talking about sex trafficking. That's what they're going to focus on, and in the hope that they say, They just don't have it.
John Morgan, when we had him on, Brian, said that, again, was 8-3 on that he walked when he had dinner with his fellow lawyers.
Yeah.
How do you feel?
Well, he's not going to walk clean because they're going to get him on the transportation to engage in prostitution.
Yeah, I know, but I don't think that brings a lot. I mean, that might be time served.
I think the RICO's not going to stick, and the sex trafficking is a coin toss. Whether or not they believe.
But that's the big one. That's the sex trafficking, I think, is the one. Again, you said that's up in the air. The RICO probably goes away. The transportation on prostitution definitely sticks. RICO probably goes away. Now you got sex trafficking, and that's the whole shooting match right there. And he probably, if he only gets convicted of prostitution transportation, that might literally be Brian time served. And then now comes whether he gets the sex trafficking charge or not, and that's where he gets considerable time in prison, or he walks a free man.
The sex trafficking one, if they find that the offense involved force, fraud, or coercion, which they would have to in this, he's facing 15 years to life on those.
Right.
The transportation, across state lines, I don't know what the sentence is on that.
Might be time served,
but it won't be something substantial. Right. I can't imagine.
And so it all goes down to the let's say he loses. He's definitely going to lose transportation for prostitution.
Well, almost assuredly, yeah.
Yeah, and he's probably going to win the racketeering. So now it comes down to, human trafficking or not. And like Abrams said, the defense is going to use the excuse, hey, you can't traffic a person that continues to stick around. You can't traffic a person that continues to stay in the relationship. I mean, I think that's what they use, right, Bud? That's the defense they use. And that's the charge, that either he stays in jail for a considerable amount of time, or he walks out those front doors for time served because they find him not guilty.
So let me back that up. If they're, and I don't know the specific statute, but if they're going after him under 18 USC 2422A, which is coercion and it's not nothing. It sounds like something that would be nothing. It sounds like it would be something that would be a lot lighter, but it's a pretty significant charge.
Now, let's say he loses, and he's got facing considerable amount of time. Is there already? I mean, do they already got the appellate attorneys, drawing up appeals as we speak?
Okay. So, but real quick, just if they don't think the other person was coerced or enticed, transportation generally is less than 10 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he's been in what now? 2?
Well, it's a fine or less than 10 years. So I guess it would just be through the sentencing phase.
So the judge could say, I'm going to fine you $5 million and give you time served.
I don't know how that fine would be allowed, but yeah, theoretically, whatever the fine amount would be.
But it all comes down to that last one, the human trafficking deal.
Yeah, that's the big one.
That's the big one.
If he gets busted on that, then he's 15 years minimum in prison.
Done. But if he beats it, he walks.
Yeah.
Boy, how big will that be? If he walks.
So I got to imagine that they're trying to charge him under both 2421 and 2422 with coercion or enticement. So that would then open the door up to 30 years because it's 20 and 10. Now, transportation alone, and then coercion and enticement.
How long? I mean, nobody can ever predict this, but how long do you predict the jury deliberating this thing? And I don't even know what the physical makeup of the jury is. Wasn't it 8 women and 4 men or something like that? I don't know what it was. You might be able to find it for me. I know one juror 6 got replaced. Remember that big conundrum where juries
8 men, 4 women.
8 men, 4 women.
Leans more middle age or over. Only 3 jurors under 40 and 5 over 60.
Could you see this being hung?
Possibly on some of the charges, yeah.
And if it's hung, does the government take it? I mean, they don't they take another shot at this, don't they? I mean, this is
No, I don't think so. Not
if it's hung. You think that he walks?
Yeah, because they presented their best case already, and I don't know that
there's much meat left on the bone.
Right.
So if he gets lucky enough, and there only needs to be one holdout, right?
Yeah.
There only has to be, it's all or none.
Yep.
So there only has to be one holdout that says, no, I'm not budging. And then it's hung, and he walks. When I return, as a Democrat, Brian, are you sick of this chick? Are you tired of her?
I mean,
does she just go in front of Congress and use her congressional clout, knowing that people will, she'll be recorded on C-SPAN or whatever?
She's no different than MTG, AOC, Lauren Boebert. They're representatives that get way too much attention because they
are
engage
stupid
in sound bites.
Exactly.
I don't know that she's stupid. You may not agree with what she's saying. I can't, attack her intelligence. Just like AOC.
You know what? I'm not a smart man, and I bet you I'm smarter than her.
People degrade AOC all the time by saying, "Oh, she was a bartender." Yeah. Oh, so she worked a blue collar job, so that makes her somehow lesser. She's first of all, she's intelligent. She's probably one of the smarter members in the House in terms of she's a graduate.
I'm not calling her stupid. I'm not calling her stupid,
but a lot of people do.
I'm calling her, not reasonable.
I don't think any of them are reasonable. They're all out there earning points.
If you want a deep dive into the Bubba the Love Sponge show from the past, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. We'll be back after these words.
I'll be your whipping post.
Everyone hit that thumbs up for Brian. I'm looking, Roger, for it too. How'd she find it? Majo. Angel.
I mean, are we going to hit a G-ball? I don't know.
Brian will pull that nose up. He's got.
Oh, you want me to unleash the army? Babyface army, I need you to hold
the Babyface Brigade.
The Babyface Brigade, sorry, yes. I need
don't try to cross-pollinate your group with mine.
Please. I need you all to hook up on the likes, the thumb-ins on YouTube, please. Because if I don't hit 1,000, I don't get to come back next week. I mean, we're off next week, but I still won't be here. Give me that thumb. I guess I should give myself a thumb.
Yeah,
What are we at, 47? That's what just came up for me.
866.
866? Oh my goodness. We can't have Monday numbers, guys.
Oh my God, 866?
876 now. Don't worry about it, Bubba.
884.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Babyface Brigade, please. And we need money too. Please.
One lucky member of chat is getting all of their comments read on the Blizzard today. Could it be you? Tune in.
Oh, really?
Just political people talking shit.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
No, I know. I don't give a shit either. That's why I'm using it for content.
Oh, I'd rather not even give them attention.
Well, we're going to give them attention.
Oh.
Just not right now.
So if you're a shit talker, tune into the Blizzard today.
It could be you.
If you hate us, if you hate Seth and I so much, listen to our show. Dan texted me, Bubba. He would like to, when you appear on Island, whatever it is that you're going to be on, he would like to play Panama on his guitar by Van
Wyatt
Halen.
Harris, $30.
He would like to do another Dan Halen appearance.
I think Bubba's just blocked you out today.
Thank you, Wyatt. Cash is rolling in, Bubba. When I unleash the brigade, big things happen.
Have they officially been unleashed?
They've been unleashed.
Okay.
I've been holding them back all show like a bunch of rabid fucking wolves. And I just unleashed them. What's up, Michael Ramos Sr.?
Ryan Singh.
Sing? Nobody's paid $20.
Right. Forever 542. Did Wyatt Harris want one?
Who's Forever 542? Oh, they're just asking for it. $20. $20 get you a song. Try to make it something that people have fucking heard of, though. None of these deep cuts off of Rush's secret album. Know that shit.
Oh, man.
And I'm not as old as most of you fuckers either.
Okay, Hollywood Mike, can you stop? I already got all your comments from today that we're going to read on the Blizzard. Don't type any more out, man. It's just more work for me to do.
Where's this Hollywood Mike guy?
Oh, this guy screams, I have nobody in my life.
Oh.
There he is.
Yeah, he's not stopping shit. I'm going to have to go back and refresh.
He's Hollywood, man. He's like Hollywood Hogan. He's Hollywood Mike. He's on life support, too.
He was a fluffer on a soft core once for Lifetime, and now he's Hollywood Mike.
So you're calling him Fluffer Mike?
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios, aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
And boy, they're getting all churned up. Seth's already said that he's going to read somebody's, I don't know if it's one of the haters.
No, just the political people that we like to laugh at on the Blizzard.
We do laugh at you guys immensely.
Like the people that just like
all politics sucks, by the way.
Yeah.
I hate them all. I don't like Jasmine Crockett. Don't peg me. I'm not Lummy.
I was just asking your Democratic opinion, my friend.
I know.
I'm not saying that you endorse anything. How can literally our country is more divided politically than it ever has been, including interdivision within the party. Like both parties are in shambles. I would say probably more so the Democratic than Republican, just because Republicans happen to be in a little bit of power right now. But the commander in chief is Republican, but the Democratic Party is absolutely in shambles. They don't have a clear-cut leader. They're saying that AOC might be a candidate for the president.
Oh, no way.
That's what they're saying.
I know, but no way.
But they're saying that, though.
They can say
Who's
it.
They?
The media.
Nobody's saying that.
Okay, all right.
Bubba is.
I mean, you can Google it and see that it's been widely publicized and widely spoke about that she's a candidate for the president.
Why is MAGA so focused on her 3.5 years from now?
It has nothing to do with MAGA. It just has to do with it. Just has to do with what people are saying right now.
I think because it just gets people riled up. That's why. That's like me saying, "Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene may run in 2028."
Like for instance, the bunker buster bombs that we supposedly dropped off with courtesy of our B-2 bombers, and they were reporting that they were successful, and now CNN's reporting that they're not, and it's just back and forth, and it's just like,
well, hold on real quick. How have we confirmed that it was 100% successful?
Iran, Israel, and United States came out and all said that they made major damages to the nuclear sites.
I understand there was major damages, but I think what was being reported is that they have no capabilities anymore, which I'm all for. If that's the case,
they've been set years back, is what they're saying.
So what I'm saying is, though, it's like back in the day, however many years ago we could be speaking about, we would be, both parties, all networks would be like, hey, you know what? Great. We set back a very volatile country that doesn't need the capabilities of producing nuclear warheads or nuclear weaponry. The mission, well, by all means, was a success. We didn't have any of the planes go down and no crashes. All the refueling stuff happened. It was a 38-hour mission that seems to be, by all measured levels, successful. Iran, Iraq, USA have said that it has set their nuclear program back years and years, which I think is what we want. And, God bless America. That's the way we used to be. Now it's not like that at all. Nobody can just digest the truth or facts, if you will. Everybody has to have an opposing opinion because they have a platform to have an opposing opinion. And there's clicks or money or fame or some type of status to have an opposing opinion, to get clickbait, to get more popular. And it may be completely bullcrap and it may be completely wrong as to what you're saying. Why can't we just, and again, I don't mean to sound cliche, why can't we just get along? Why can't we report the news? The news should be, if you're being honest, the news should be fairly consistent amongst all channels, and you don't have a slant to it. It's just the news. A and B equals C. A and B happened, and C was the result. But you have people like CNN. Okay, Fox obviously saying it's the best thing that's ever happened, and it's the best. They're never going to have nuclear capability. Fox is probably one way too far, and CNN, practically says it did nothing. And then
I don't think CNN's saying it did absolutely nothing. I think they were. Hold on. I think they were saying that the early reports may have been premature without confirmation, which is different than saying it's nothing. Like, it's saying, hey, how can we be certain? I mean, if you're Iran, would you say, oh my goodness, you didn't get us, haha, come back and bomb us more? Or would you say, oh no, you got it all, we're in so much trouble, boo, hoo?
Well, let's see what they're reporting.
All right. We have major breaking news into CNN. 3 sources tell CNN that according to an early U.S. intelligence assessment, the U.S. military strikes on 3 of Iran's nuclear facilities last weekend did not destroy the core components of the country's nuclear program and likely only set it back a few months.
That's right.
A few months.
Well, so this is an assessment that actually is out from the Defense Intelligence Agency. That is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it was based on a battle damage assessment conducted by U.S. CENTCOM after the strikes, according to one of the sources.
According to one of the sources, which could be the guy that works the front gate at CENTCOM.
CNN National Security.
Literally, the guy who checks ID.
Correspondent Natasha Bertrand, who has this exclusive new report.
And the only reason why it's exclusive is because nobody else is reporting this.
This is to that question that has been asked about how much damage has been done.
We can't even agree to celebrate the damage we created. A bully country that is not, trying to do the right thing, that is screwing with one of our most important allies. We can't even be happy for the damage that we've done to them. We have to pick it apart to the point of having exclusive inside sources. Like, it's our whole news cycle and our political system is completely a joke. An absolute joke.
It's a real question. It's also a political question.
There you go. That's what this is all about. That's what this is all about.
Has been to something that Donald Trump has been sort of dealing with here recently. What are you learning, Natasha?
Yeah, look, Brianna, this is the first assessment that we are getting that the U.S. intelligence community has found about the battle damage that resulted from those U.S. military strikes on these 3 Iranian nuclear facilities over the weekend. And as you said, it was produced by the Defense Intelligence Agency, which is the Pentagon's intelligence arm. And it is worth noting that it is a very early assessment. The strikes were only a matter of days ago, and the intelligence community is still gathering intelligence. They are still working to come up with a full, comprehensive picture of what exactly happened here. But based on a battle damage assessment that was carried out by U.S. Central Command, essentially looking at the images and looking at what...
And by the way, these bombs are made to not create an unbelievable big visible crater from the outside. They're made to burrow down about 200 feet, then explode, and just completely completely obliterate what's below it, not what's on top of it.
Yeah, did they say it went down like the air handler tube?
Yeah, well, that was the thing, the ventilation shaft.
Yeah,
and that you destroy that, and that they've got to rebuild that completely.
Yeah.
So at the very least, that sets them back more than a couple months.
Yeah, that's how precise it was.
Exactly. I mean, and these bombs, again, aren't a big crater. It's not the standard bomb where, visibly you can see there's a huge ass crater. These things are made to burrow down a few hundred feet. It was so precise that it went down an air duct system and then exploded 200 feet down. There were 12 to 15 of these things on 3 different sites. And if all you're looking at in your assessment with your inside sources that you won't disclose are visual aerial pictures, come on.
Was actually damaged.
If you look at the pictures right
there. The Defense
there.
Intelligence Agency has assessed that the core components of Iran's nuclear program are largely intact, and that Iran's nuclear program has essentially only been set back by months. Now, we presented this information to the White House for comment, and White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt, she did acknowledge the existence of this assessment, but she said in a statement that the administration disagrees with it. She said, quote, "This alleged assessment is flat out wrong and was classified as top secret, but was still leaked to CNN by an anonymous low-level loser in the intelligence community." The leak
Hey, Seth, back to my guy that works the checking ID at the MacDill Air Force Base.
Oh, man. Of this alleged assessment is a clear attempt to demean President Trump and discredit the brave fighter pilots who conducted a perfectly executed mission to obliterate Iran's nuclear program. Everyone knows what happens when you drop 14 30,000-pound bombs perfectly on their targets. Total obliteration.
So real quick,
now,
Bubba, real quick. So this report exists.
I'm not going to go any further with this because it just keeps.
Well, no, real quick.
No, I'm going to give it to you while minimizing this because I have more things to play. But I'd like your assessment of this. Yes, please.
This report exists. The government created it. It wasn't created by CNN. It wasn't created by George Soros. CNN learns of this report, right? They question Trump on it. Isn't it important to you to know how far away from nuclear warhead capability the Iranians are? Isn't that what this entire procedure was about? So if there's a report from the federal government and CENTCOM intel, it could end up being wrong. I'm not saying it's right.
From a low level.
No. It was leaked by a low-level person. She acknowledged that the report exists and said that her administration, the Trump administration, disagrees with what CENTCOM intelligence is telling them, which is fine. Okay, but to vilify CNN as if they've committed some egregious political trap by reporting of the existence of a government report that says maybe it wasn't as successful, it doesn't demean the soldiers. This is all like the stuff like don't question the supreme leader stuff, which we can't have. Like I don't want to live in a country where you can't question leadership.
Nor do I. But
so what is so out of bounds about this report by CNN?
Because I don't think it's correct.
Well, no, but hold on. The report may be incorrect, but the report exists. Okay, and so yes, and CNN even in reporting it said this is very early intel. It may not be accurate, but it exists.
Here is I think the Secretary of Defense.
Yes.
There's a reason the president calls out fake news for what it is. These pilots, these refuelers, these fighters, these air defenders, the skill and the courage it took to go into enemy territory flying 36 hours on behalf of the American people and the world to take out a nuclear program is beyond what anyone in this audience can fathom. And then the instinct of CNN, the instinct of the New York Times is to try to find a way to spin it for their own political reasons to try to hurt President Trump or our country. They don't care what the troops think. They don't care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce
it could have been one of the leaks being of the 7 bombs that hit the one facility. One wasn't as effective as the other 6.
And if it's poor reporting, but here's, now that this leak exists, the Trump administration can acknowledge it and discredit it. Okay, but hold on. This whole grabbing your pearls and saying, what about the fighter pilots that went and bombed this, is the stupidest defense this that I have ever heard.
I'm not co-signing.
Nobody is demeaning the soldiers.
I'm not. I agree.
So call them out on it.
I agree with that.
Okay, and call them out and say this is stupid.
Start your press conference here.
Leakers, and what do leakers do? They have agendas.
Start it there. We don't need the backstory of the men whose job is to do what they did, complete a successful mission, and they're studs, and they did it perfectly, and it was done and executed flawlessly. We don't need that. We don't need that story.
Nobody's demeaning them.
This is what we need. This is where we need to start the story, right here.
Care what the world thinks. They want to spin it to try to make him look bad based on a leak. Of course, we've all seen plenty of leakers. And what do leakers do? They have agendas. And what do? Do they share the whole information or just the part that they want to introduce? And when they introduce that preliminary report that's deemed to be a low assessment, you know what a low assessment means? Low confidence in the data in that report. And why is there low confidence? Because all of the evidence of what was just bombed by 12 30,000-pound bombs is buried under a mountain.
Was it 12 or 14? Because Caroline said 14. He said 12.
I don't know how many.
So see, that's reporting, right? That there's a discrepancy there.
Devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make
I would say there's probably 12 because he's the this is the Secretary of Defense. So he might have a better understanding as to how many actual bombs he probably.
And I hope it was successful. But reporting on the existence of a report that says it might not have been is not a treasonous act.
Under a mountain, devastated and obliterated. So if you want to make an assessment,
it just further divides our country. It further divides our country. But
why can't you respond to it like this? We're aware of the report. That was based upon. Hold on. This is without making it political, without bringing in the troops. Okay, but you're saying you want to make it less political. But who's really politicizing
it? They made it political. CNN, when they were framing their report, said this is a political issue. They used the word politics in their setup.
It's all politics.
What happened at Fordo?
This guy's not used the word politics one time yet.
Oh, he said political.
And
agendas.
go really deep. Because Iran's nuclear program is obliterated. And somebody somewhere is trying to leak something to say, with low confidence, we think maybe it's moderate. Those that dropped the bombs precisely in the right place know exactly what happened when that exploded. And you know who else knows? Iran. That's why they came to the table right away, because their nuclear capabilities have been set back beyond what they thought were possible because of the courage of a commander-in-chief who led our troops despite what the fake.
So here's the deal. What is Iran? What's Iran and Israel saying?
Iran just declared victory over Israel in the U.S. That was on the Fox News that you had up there, Cryon, when I saw it there earlier. So I don't know. I don't trust Iran. I don't think they won this.
CNN Communications. We stand 100% behind Natasha. What is it? Bertrand's journalism, and specifically her and her colleagues reporting that the early intelligence assessment of the U.S. attack on the Iran nuclear facility. CNN's reporting made it clear that this was an initial finding that could change with additional intelligence. We are extremely We have extensively covered Donald Trump's own deep skepticism about it. However, we do not believe it is reasonable to criticize CNN reporters for accurately reporting the existence of an assessment and accurately characterizing its findings, which are in the public interest.
I wouldn't disagree with that position of it. I don't see this as an attack on Trump. I don't know how saying, hey, it may have only been set back a few 6 months or a year.
And I'm not sticking up for Donald Trump. I'm like, why can't we even agree or celebrate when we do something that potentially is good for this particular situation we have in the Middle East? What we potentially did is not a bad. There's no way to slice it as a bad thing.
Well, a lot of people didn't want us to go over there,
including
in the first
Republicans, including a lot of Republicans.
So then, what else do you do?
I think Trump handled it perfectly.
If you don't, okay, I know, and thank you, and I do too.
I'm not questioning the bombing of the nuclear sites.
So I want you to take the other approach for the other people that think what we shouldn't have done it. My question is to you, and I agree with you. I think we should have done it. I hope that it was as successful as they say it is. I hope that Iran's nuclear capabilities have been knocked down a decade, and I hope that everybody abides by this ceasefire agreement, and then everything seems to work out. But for those that think we shouldn't have done it, give me what their reasoning is. I know it's not your reasoning, but what's their reasoning? What else should we have done?
No, their opinion is we're America first. That's not our fight. It's not our job to defend Israel. We don't need to entangle ourselves in the Middle East in another costly, expensive war where U.S. men and women go and die unnecessarily for the financial benefit of major corporations.
And this has not triggered a war. China and Russia are nowhere near it. It's brought stability in the Middle East, which it's much needed. It's not.
You were asking the people why they were initially against it.
They're wrong.
Well, they are wrong, and they're backpedaling
Does
now.
anybody have the ability to say, you know what? God damn it, I was wrong?
No,
nobody does.
Nobody admits defeat.
If you're a Democrat or you're a Republican, or
you mean us or like our leaders?
No, I'm talking about it, like the media or the proponents that said that we should not have done this. Is there anybody that has the ability to say, you know what? I've not been a Donald Trump proponent. I'm a Democrat. I don't really like him. But you know what? I think this was the right call. And if what truly the destruction that happened, that's the right call. And it brings stability in the Middle East. If I thought there was going to be this person could be saying, I thought it was going to trigger a world war. Oh my God, China. Oh my God, Russia. None of that has happened. So does anybody, including women like this Crockett bitch, does anybody have the ability to say, we got it right? We got it right. We've stabilized the region. China and Russia are not getting involved. We're not putting any boots in the ground. It's not World War III. And we potentially, if the reports are correct, have taken the nuclear capabilities from Iran away for a long time.
This just in from the Macho News Network. The conversion facilities in Isfahan have been destroyed, and it takes 8 to 10 years for them to rebuild that. So without that, they can't actually make the bomb.
That's the big thing. Because they still have the material that's probably 60% enriched.
And that's encased in rubble. So
yeah. Well, no, they got that stuff out.
There was trucks on Thursday before. Yes,
they got that stuff out of there.
But what I'm saying
bunch of uranium with nowhere to go.
But yeah, I mean, I'm saying when they're going to put it on Marketplace.
Yeah, it's on eBay right now.
Well, the three options they were saying is if it went to Iraq, we're screwed. But they think it went to China or Russia, and they're going to back channel talk to them to hold on to it for us.
Well, let them have. They already got some anyway.
They're going to pay some money to hold on to it.
So what I'm saying is, like, I just get tired of the fighting. Why can't we democratically and republicly, as Republicans and Democrats and as naysayers and as people that like Trump and hate Trump and like Kamala and hate, why can't we say in this particular situation, like when Ronald Reagan made some strategic moves militarily, we all seem to have backed him, when realistically Ronald Reagan actually was quite shady. Ronald Reagan, man, in today's world probably would have been set up for impeachment. We all sit here and say, oh my God, one of the greatest Republican presidents of all time was rapping Ronnie Reagan. Yeah, he was pretty shady. There was a lot of shady stuff that happened under his watch. But you know what? If you're just going to be intellectually honest, first one of the day, I don't know how you can pick this apart. And you know what? Even if it didn't succeed as much as you wanted it, we had to do it. We had to do it. And for all of you that thought A, B, C, and D were going to happen, we're going to get into war. China's going to be involved. Russia's going to be involved. None of that happened.
No, as we sit here right now, it was an absolute success, regardless of how far they set back around Iran's program. I do think it is a relevant discussion for the nation to be having to know how far that is actually set back. And when there are government reports, leaked or not, that suggest that maybe it wasn't as successful as they were immediately screaming and crying that it was, then maybe we have that conversation. And maybe we don't make it so political and drag troops into it as if somehow we're disparaging what the bombers did. You know, you can hit your target and it still not have its desired effects. Bombs don't always blow up. Targets aren't always properly plotted out and planned out. We are estimating how deep those tunnels were there. We don't know the exact depths of their tunnels. We haven't been in them.
Yeah, but Brian, I think the point too is that which is getting annoying to some people is every single thing that has happened under this administration gets criticized and is never a positive.
Well, but part of it is
that's politics.
But part of it too.
I'm just saying,
part of it too is coming out of the gates and thumping your chest, saying everything's obliterated. We know this when you actually don't. Like that's part of that's like there's a response to every action has a response.
My response is, what did Sleepy Joe do for 4 years?
He slept.
You're listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
If you want 24/7 on-demand Bubba and the crew, go to BubbaArmyHQ.com. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be back after this.
Is a crisis, then nothing is a crisis.
Well, that's what I'm saying right there.
I get it. I understand the fatigue. That is a media caused fatigue. I get it. My point is, in this one particular instance, in this one, like putting a microscope on just this thing, the fact that there's a government report that's or preliminarily suggested that maybe it wasn't as successful as they were touting is news, and it's newsworthy. Yeah. And you should not be called treasonous and all of this for reporting that, like in a responsible way.
I think it was. No, I say they've done it like the way the cries wolf. Like they made it down to everything he's done is bad. So that this one is now possibly questioned. But you look at it and go, okay.
And that's fine. You can take it how you want, but he was attacking the reporter who reported what. And if you notice, they acknowledged that yes, her reporting was accurate. That there is this report. It was a low-level assessment. Okay, then that's what you say. Is look, it was a low-level initial assessment done. That means it has very low confidence. Based upon additional assessments that we've conducted, we believe that it was highly successful. And leave it at that. It doesn't have to be an inflammatory war. I just don't. Bubba's right. The hate and vitriol is out of control.
It is. It's out of fucking control.
Like I don't freak out over everything Trump does.
It's out of control. Nobody can fucking put anybody over. It's all.
But why does anybody even need to be put over?
No,
just
but
do your job.
Hold on. Nobody can even fucking report nobody can even put a positive spin. Some people in our news reporting cycle are there just to fucking hate, and it doesn't.
The whole news cycle is to create division,
and it's just absolutely fucking ridiculous.
And we fall for it every single time.
Listen to the Blizzarders, Brian and I talking about our time in Vietnam together.
I am a CIA operative, by the way. Oops, I just blew my cover.
So that's 6. So I'm pretty good.
Yes, sir.
There's my girl. on
You're the
TV.
best, Bubba. You're not pretty good. You're the best.
Tell me that bitch ain't fucking.
When are you
straight.
gonna have her on the air, Bubba?
Never.
Be a real man but your shows overlap, right?
Yeah.
They get done. They get done like 8 or something. It's
Oh
great.
yeah, that's perfect. You can have her on in prime time.
They get a whole pre-recorded thing they run.
Like you can tell her we're doing this getting to know segment on local media, and so we want to get to know more about Caitlin Lockerbie.
It's not that hard. You don't have to give them a whole. Just say
What's her story, Bubba? She got a man?
I don't know.
Bubba's like, what's her man got to do with me?
We only did a like.
Brian, did you see the takeover thing they're talking about?
What?
You know how Aquatica got taken over?
Taken over?
Yeah, they had that. They do a smart takeover. They're doing it in Orlando, where like just massive amounts of group of teenagers show up.
Oh God, that's never
They're planning
good.
on doing it this Saturday at Busch Gardens.
Oh boy, you going? You taking Walker?
No, I'm avoiding that bad boy.
I hate teenagers.
It's like
I think
it's like there's supposed to be like people under like 20 it's everyone take you either take over 2025.
Wow.
You see, Buckhorn's going to run for mayor.
Yeah, he just named that one building too, Bob Buckhorn.
Oh
Is
Jesus.
he gonna run again?
Fucking 6 foot lap dance guy? Really?
Yeah, he's
the one that stopped. The one that stopped
No,
me.
he didn't do 6 foot
The
lap.
one-
Yes, he did.
Yes, he did.
Oh, yes, he did.
That was like
Yes, he did.
20 years ago. Like
Yes,
30
he
years
did.
ago.
He did it. He was
I'm
the
the one
main
that, that's what he got.
He was the
That's what he got so
commissioner,
mad about for me because I fucking shoved up his. He's the one that denied me from owning the Jackson house.
He was a commissioner, right?
Yeah, at the time, I think he was part of the county commission. He's the one who proposed the ordinance.
Yeah.
and
He's
it
the one that
passed.
passed it.
Yep.
I got an ordinance for that ass.
Yeah, buddy. You got something brand new for that ass? 1, 2, 3, 4. Get your booty on the floor.
Dude, Tuttle's 10 Me review has like 55 comments.
Wow. When are we getting another food review? What's new, Lummy?
Well, we got the new Shack place.
There you go, Bubba. There's a new Shack place.
Oh shit, should we pitch some more idea?
Shack chicken.
Bubba, the real question is...
Well, no, I mean, like, on the air.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just at.
We're technically always on the air.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabito studios. Aquabito.com/Bubba. It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Today is after the show today. If you're a member of our YouTube channel, you subscribe to our YouTube channel, then you can watch it live as it unfolds. They're already preparing for it, getting themselves lathered up.
Yeah, Hollywood Mike, your ass is ours.
Seth and Brian, it's an every Thursday thing when Brian's available. It's the Blizzard. It's one of our number one podcasts, whether you listen to it through a conventional podcasting means, whether it be Spotify, iHeart, iTunes, Google Play, or you watch it on our YouTube channel as it unfolds. Just don't miss it. It's the Blizzard, starring Seth Kushner and Brian the Babyface Matroni. Hello.
Morning, Bubba. This is Mike from Miami.
Hi, Mike.
How's it going?
Good.
So, real quick, I'm sure you're aware of it, but times have changed. I mean, it's definitely not what it used to be. Everything from the TV has, changed. The cartoons have changed. Changing of the labels on syrup. I mean, the list just goes on and on. America just got pussified real quick. The whole thing, everybody gets a trophy.
Yep.
It just, even to the part of having these kids go to the bathroom in cat litter boxes. It's true. One day you brought it up, and I asked my old lady. She works for the school board. It's true. It's
the old lady.
I saw it on
not
Facebook.
what it used to be.
Well, and people used to respect the results of elections, and that now they can't. Nobody can lose. I mean, I'm with you, man.
No.
It's crazy.
We're soft. We've become soft.
Yeah.
We've become woke.
Absolutely.
Woke. Appreciate your call, my friend, out of Miami. Thank you. Hello.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, this is Ellie.
Hi, Ellie. This is Bubba.
Good. I was hoping it was you. I called your number.
Yeah. Well, thank you. What can I do for you, Ellie?
Want a knife?
I ordered a backpack. I'm waiting for it to arrive.
Oh, it should be there anyway. Let me took about 200 backpacks to the airport yesterday.
Yes,
Let me
it did.
He's got more stuff to take today.
Perfect.
Anyway, I wanted to touch base with a couple of things you said.
Okay, Allie.
So,
Ellie.
gotcha politics and gotcha journalism. That's where we're at.
Mm-hmm.
Kamala Harris set that up with the whole border thing. You know, everybody checked our border until they got in, Joe and Kamala, and then she just decided, watch what I can do. And we know how that worked out.
I think the border is one issue that, yes, we should be very concerned about, what the other administration did prior to us, yes.
Yeah, but that seems to be the whole national attitude is gotcha. I own a small business, and, you know, I get taken a lot if I'm not careful. It's gotcha. If you can screw someone over, make someone look bad, that's what everybody cares about.
Yeah.
Like not paying for windows in your skyscrapers like that? Like screw over small businesses like that? Exactly. Yeah, no, it's sick.
But-
I agree.
Another thing I wanted to say, and this is why I watch your show, one of the main reasons, admitting you're wrong. I love that. I love that you guys work through the process live on air. It's fantastic. People should learn from you.
Well, we thank you for that. It doesn't happen a lot, but it did happen today, and you know, obviously the guests that we have are all very smart in their own little way. Even Lasker on the street level way.
How about that?
And Brian, you know, Brian's probably one of the smartest that we have in here on Thursday. And Thursday's show is one of the most listened and watched and favorite show because of Brian. And you know, I'm thankful for Brian, and I'm thankful for my other people, and more importantly, I'm thankful for you. How do you catch us on YouTube, Facebook? How do you get us, Ellie?
I listen to you on Florida Man Radio. I'm in Fort Walton.
All right. Oh, okay. So on 103.1.
That's right.
Oh, fantastic.
Right.
You know, Shannon Burke in the afternoon, us in the morning.
Yep.
We have a lot of women
I
up in
first
the
started
Panhandle.
listening to you in 2001 when I first relocated here. I was here back in the 70s, and I was gone for a bit. Came back in 2001, and I've been listening every time I can.
I was there for a while, and then a gentleman named Matt Stone pulled me off. He hates me, even though I don't know if I should be saying that or not, because he's in charge. I guess he's in charge of Fort Walton Beach. So I hope that we don't get canceled in Fort Walton Beach, because that guy, him and I had a really bad situation one time. Probably one of the most disrespectful. That was probably one of the most disrespectful things that a manager has ever done to me.
Yeah.
So I hope I'm okay up there. I don't know. I could get canceled. I could get canceled from Fort Walton Beach at any time.
I don't want to lose you guys. Hey, the other thing. Oh shoot! And oh man, I just forgot it.
Well, just think about it. You got a couple minutes to think about it before I got to let you go.
Well, I just love you guys, and like I said, I was here in the 70s, and I came back in 2001, and we did lose you off air for a while there in Fort Walton. I just recently found you, but I've got you available on Facebook as well.
All right.
So,
we knew you were using Facebook.
And if we come up to Fort Walton Beach, I hope you come up and see us.
I would love to. Oh, I know what I was going to say. I used to have Sirius Radio when I first got my new truck.
Right.
It came with a Sirius package. And when it expired, I just let it go because I'm not about paying more for things I don't actually need. So Sirius Radio has been hitting me up a lot lately to renew my subscription with them. And so I've been emailing them back and telling them that when they bring your show back on the air, that I would be happy to renew my subscription.
And actually, and you know what, Ellie, that does really help because they do look at that stuff. I know a guy that still works there, and that, like, if people and anybody that's listening to my show, if you get surveys or you cancel your Sirius XM and you have correspondence with a call center rep or an email, and you put if you bring Bubba the Love Sponge back, you would subscribe again. If that does help. And listen, let me tell you something. I had a conversation with Tom Bean yesterday, my agent, about, the uncertainty of what Howard's going to do. A lot of people are thinking that Howard's not coming back. And, whenever he does announce that, in conjunction with, my documentary and other things, we might take another stab at that. We might try to contact them and take another stab at that.
I would love for that to work out, Bubba. I was going to say, but Howard's ego won't let him not be on the air.
I'm just saying. I mean,
I put that on Facebook that I would go back to Sirius if they put you on the air, and quite a few people have hit on that. So hopefully it helps.
It does.
I'd be happy to try it again.
And all that helps, Ellie. And Ellie, when we finally make it up to Fort Walton Beach, which I hope is soon, if Matt Stone doesn't cancel us, I'd love to meet you, my friend.
Can we stay at your house?
We're gonna get hotel rooms. Right on the.
Ellie.
Tara's gonna pay for it.
Nice.
Ellie, good talking to you, my friend.
Thank you. You guys rock on.
All right, thank you. Rock on.
Man, grandmas love those backpacks.
They do.
It's crazy.
Where'd you get that she was a grandma?
Oh, she said she was in Florida in the 70s, and she
could have been a miniature child. Then.
Right. She could have been 5.
Listen,
right?
if you were 5 in 1972, you're chances are you're a grandma by now.
We do got a lot of older women that listen to us.
Yeah, we do.
Panhandle.
It's refreshing.
We do.
Yeah, they're still living, breathing sexual creatures. We don't need to put them down or look at them like they're aliens.
Why are you putting them down?
We're highlighting them.
No, we're not. We're putting them over. Saying, my God, you wouldn't believe how many older gals we got listening to.
They're called cougs.
We got cougs. We got cougs.
Are they pumas?
We got cougs.
If you love that segment, then check out BubbaArmyHQ.com and do a deep dive on past shows. The Bubba the Love Sponge Show will be right back.
Tell me what we come back and do.
Bro, listen, bro. Been listening to a lot more Vince Russo, bro, and bro. You've been listening too, bro?
I stopped because I didn't want to start talking the same bro all the time.
What's wrong with it, bro? Bro, you gotta, bro, sometimes, bro. Sometimes you gotta say bro.
When he was on the show, I lost count.
Oh my God. When I did a shot every time he said bro, I was dead after 3 minutes.
Cop the sorbet straight from Jorge.
I did like, she's like, look, I don't like spending money on things that I don't need. When's her backpack getting to her?
Hey, Bubba, do you have a problem with Jim Cornette?
No, not at all.
Okay.
He's a great guest.
I'd love to have him on.
Do you think he has any scoop on Hogan's health?
But I think he hates me, which might be great. I'm like, hey, Jim, I know you hate me.
I think he does because he looks like he talks some crap about you.
But tell him, say, hey, Bubba knows you hate him, and he still he doesn't.
Bubba has no heat with you, bro.
Okay.
He hates Vince Russo too, right?
No, we hit him on.
No.
Jim Cornette.
Jim
Yeah,
Cornette
Jim Cornette
hates
yeah,
Vince Russo.
What up, Troy?
I just didn't know how much Bubba, works with Jim Cornette.
What's up, Fred? Thanks, dude.
I played tennis with him a few times, but that's about it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty good, huh?
Him and
For some reason that didn't resonate with as
that
many
was his
people
whole
as I
gimmick,
thought,
right? He
Fred.
carried around a tennis racket and whack people.
I think you're
with
the
it.
first person that's
When he
expressed
was a manager.
condolences.
Yeah.
Which nobody needs to express any condolences, okay? Let's just be honest here, but
Lee Abrams.
I appreciate them.
He's a media mogul.
Yeah, that's.
He founded some radio station format.
And that's it. He was a.
No, but tell Cornette that Bubba knows that you hate him, and he thinks it would be great radio because he'll take it.
Yeah, I guess he commented on his podcast about you talking about Hogan's thing, so I'm gonna try to.
Oh, he's not gonna want to come on if he's sticking up for Hogan.
What is the big fucking?
No, he doesn't like Hogan.
He hates Hogan.
If all these guys that don't like each, I mean, like I don't know.
No, I don't know.
What's the big deal? Just go on the podcast and talk it out, man.
I don't know, Seth. I don't know.
We should start a podcast called Bury the Beef, where we have We have two people that are feuding with each other, and we help them bury their beef.
Brian and I were looking to do a food review.
Oh, can we talk about that next segment, Bubba?
Yeah.
Please, pretty please. We need your blessing.
Well, we just have a couple different visions.
Vision is scary. Start a revolution, polluting the airwaves. A rebel.
Eminem.
Yes. Mad at the fact that I got everyone kissing my ass. It's a catastrophe. See so much they ask for me. But I'm back. Na 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 na.
Yes.
You know what I do, Seth? I enter under your skin like a splinter.
We're gonna call the police.
And then you fester.
But I'm the best thing since wrestling. Investing in your kids' ears and nesting. Attention, please. Who sent? You sent. You sent for me? What? How's Operation Kayfabe going, Bubs?
That's taking a lot of my time.
Oh boy.
Yeah, I did, Jay.
It's not as successful as Midnight Hammer.
Is that what they called him, JH? Jim Cornette.
Oh.
He doesn't have such a podcast. Like 3,000.
Blinded by the light.
Manfred Mann. Wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night. Wrapped up like a deuce, another runner in the night.
We're just calling you out, Mike, you little hoe.
Use a hoe.
Broadcasting live from the Aquabeto studios.
Aquabeto.com/Bubba.
It's the Bubba the Love Sponge Show.
Tomorrow I have Gus, and I think that social influencer, Justin Nunley.
Justin Danger Nunley.
I may have to get a hold of a Macho Man and get a Zoom link. If Gus wants to go Zoom or just straight phone, I'll have to ask here momentarily. Did you see where the Liver King started screwing with Joe Rogan? Joe Rogan's been a big, like he's like, this Liver King guy's all. There's no way.
Well, Liver King came out that he had that he was on steroids.
Right.
Yeah.
And so he's, and Joe Rogan just called it straight down the middle. Like, listen, buddy, you're doing more than just eating animals' liver, and you're on the junk. Liver King came out and said he was on the junk, and then all of a sudden it got a little chippy with Joe. Next thing you know, Liver King's traveling to Austin to try to kick Joe's ass. And is needless to say, I think he's in jail right now. Terrorist threats.
Yes.
People that do the same thing to our show, I'm not going to mention any names, should probably, take note that when you call and make threats and things like that you can't do that. You can call in and call me a fat ass and whatever, but when you're making threats, leaving threats on people's voicemails and things like that, that sometimes can be, can get you arrested.
Man known as the Liver King has been arrested for allegedly threatening podcast host Joe Rogan. That's according to the Austin. The Liver King.
Now, granted, Joe Rogan's got far more rights and is liked more in Austin, Texas than I am here in Tampa, Florida. You could literally do anything you want to me. You can steal from me. You can show up like Kenneth Kimberlin and say you're going to shoot me, put 2 in the neck. Again, you can steal from me, and it's okay. I don't have the same rights the average person does here in Hillsborough County. My girlfriend can get her ass kicked. They let that guy go.
has been arrested for allegedly threatening podcast host Joe Rogan. That's according to the Austin Police Department. Detectives are saying that they reviewed social media posts from the Liver King, whose real name is Brian Johnson, which included threatening statements to Rogan as Johnson traveled to Austin, Texas, where Rogan lives. This video we have posted to Johnson's Instagram appears to show his arrest. This is outside a hotel in Texas. His hands are in cuffs, and then he was placed in a police vehicle. The Liver King has amassed millions of followers online for his controversial lifestyle, which included raising and slaughtering his own livestock, consuming their raw organs, and then suffering through extreme workouts as well. I want to bring in ABC News Justice and Homeland Security reporter Luke Barr. I hope you're not having lunch. Luke, what more do we know about his arrest, and where does it go from here?
Well, Kayna, what we know is that starting on Monday, the man known as the Liver King, but his government name is Brian Johnson, started posting and wanting to pick allegedly a fight with Joe Rogan. He said, quote, "Man to man, I'm picking a fight with you." And that drew the interest.
And Lummy, we've had similar, people make similar threats.
So the Austin Police Department, where Joe Rogan lives, and he records the Joe Rogan experience. They looked at these posts. They saw him traveling to Austin. They issued an arrest warrant.
I've had, people travel to my studios, Lummy. 2 in the neck.
Yes. For a Class B misdemeanor, making terrorist threats. And then he was taken into cuffs, as you just saw, by the Austin Police Department when he arrived in Austin about 6 o'clock on Tuesday night. He still remains in the Travis County Jail. He has to post a $20,000 bond, has a court appearance tomorrow.
Now, Brian, does a $20,000 bond mean you need to come up with two G's?
If you have a bail bondsman, yeah.
The Austin Police Department took these threats seriously enough to issue an arrest warrant and to go get him, Kayna.
All right, Luke Barwell, our thanks to you.
Speaking of eating liver, Bubba.
Yeah, speaking of which, I wanted to get by. You guys said you had a new proposal for me with regards to a food review.
Since you seem
and Seth Kushner.
Since you seem too busy to do one, would you be okay with Seth and I doing one?
I am not too busy to do them, and I'm going to start doing them again. But that particular genre, you can never have enough of. And you two bozos make an interesting dichotomy, and I would love as much as that as you could give me as you can.
And we can pay homage to you with it?
You can do whatever you want.
Perfect.
You don't have to mention me if you don't want. If you guys just want to make it the Blizzard food review, and it doesn't have to be about me at all. It'll be on my channel, of course.
Of course.
On our YouTube channel.
What if what if it was like kind of honoring you in like a spoof kind of way?
Oh, sure. Absolutely. You can do that. I can see. I know.
Or kind of rub the burger on our face and stuff to really get its essence.
Mm-hmm. You guys are telling on yourselves. It's going to be a burial.
Well, no, we've got other punchlines. I mean,
it's a Bubba burial. It's a Bubba burial at the food review. Yeah, sure. No problem, guys.
Or we were thinking about going and eating rabbit food like hummus and, things like that. Tapas, small plates.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, things that I won't eat. So be like, yeah, you're not going to get this from the fat ass. Only us in shape vegetarians are going to like
shape.
This.
Round is a shape, I guess.
So, I have no problem. I'm most excited about the show being over. And more importantly, you two stepping up and doing your Blizzard thing. I know you got some kind of hater or troll or chat follower that I think you guys are going to read their postings.
No, it's only one of those lonely political guys.
Is he Bubba Army?
He's in the chat room.
Oh, fantastic! Looks like somebody's getting called out. The Blizzard next. They usually get to it by like 15 or 20 after, right?
Something 15 like that? After sounds great.
Fantastic. Appreciate y'all.
Thanks for letting me finish.
You've been listening to the Bubba the Love Sponge Show, starring
me, Bubba the Love Sponge,
co-host and show historian Lummit.
It's Seth, co-host and president of podcasting.
It's Brian Matroni, king of counter programming.
If you're wiring up, it's Mini Macho.
The BRN agent, Thomas Buttoned Up B.
Co-host Dr. Dan Diaco, Esquire of Council. Co-host J. Diaco, Esquire, the Spitting Cobra of Council.
Now, time for the legal disclaimer.
Exactly.
The Bubba the Love Sponge Show is intended solely for the enjoyment of our listening audience. Any rebroadcast, retransmission, or other use of this show without express written consent of the Bubba Radio Network is prohibited.
We must dissuade him of this delusion.
Until next time, always remember.
I repent.